Chapter 1755. That was right. If Ling Tian admitted defeat and knelt down to apologize to Zhao Ji, this matter would definitely spread in the mystical sky mansion. Under such circumstances, no matter how high Ling Tian's innate talent was, nobody would think highly of him. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention of taking him in as a disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were instantly relieved. They ignored Wang Pai's words. When Wang Pai saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju's and Zhao He too's eyes, horror dawned on him. He noticed Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were not intimidated by his hint. He immediately transmitted his voice again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but do you really want to take the risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing. Zhao Baiju replied mockingly through voice transmission. As long as Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when this matter spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think this way. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian will kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? What a fool's dream. You'll find out very soon whether it's a fool's dream or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan. At that time, even if your master is Vice Palace Master Shao Yi, he might not be able to protect you. A threat. A blatant threat. Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned pale immediately. He knew Zhao Baiju was telling the truth. Due to the existence of the old guardian and the vice mansion master of Zhao clan, the Zhao clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand in the mystical sky mansion. Those who offended the Zhao clan usually did not have a good ending. Wang Pai, you better think this through. Are you going to go against our Zhao clan for a new disciple who has just entered the mystical sky mansion? Zhao He too looked at Wang Pai and sneered. Senior brother Wang Pai, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to make enemies with others because of me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and said with a smile, no matter what, I still have to thank Senior Wang Pai for standing by my side at this time. However, I'll have to ask Senior Wang Pai to step aside and watch. I'll handle it myself. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Wang Pai a confident look. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's confidence, Wang Pai only thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid that he would be worried, so he deliberately acted this way to reassure him. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the kind of person who would abandon my friends and run away? Wang Pai said with a dissatisfied expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt that he wanted to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. Me too. Wang Fei Xian chimed in. She wanted to step forward as well, but Duan Lingtian waved his hand and pushed her back. Why are you joining in the fun? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Wang Fei Xian with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian still wanted to step forward stubbornly, he could only send her a voice transmission helplessly. Don't worry. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still deal with them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was dumbstruck as though she was struck by lightning. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, Wang Fei Xian's first thought would be, what a boastful tone. However, when it was Duan Lingtian who said this, she had a different feeling. Although she had not known Duan Lingtian for long, she had gained a deeper understanding of him during this short period of time. She knew that if Duan Lingtian was not confident, he would not have said such a thing in such a situation. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who can deal with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, however, Wang Fei Xian still found it a little inconceivable. This was because she felt it was almost impossible. However, when she saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but believe him a little. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian did not insist on going forward, he turned around and looked at Wang Pai again before he said with a smile, "Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you mean well, but these two trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are nothing to me." Trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. If these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, the people present on the scene would not think much of it. However, the problem was these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who had not even entered the mystical sky ranking. It gave them a completely different feeling. What a boastful tone. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He sneered. "You're just a new disciple who hasn't even entered the mystical sky ranking, but you actually dare to look down on the powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking? How arrogant. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He too, since he looks down on both of you, you should teach him a lesson first before making him kneel in front of me and apologize to me." Zhao Ji said viciously as he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday, "Don't worry, little junior brother. After I've taught him a lesson, I'll make him kneel in front of you obediently and apologize to you." Zhao He too stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips as a vicious smile appeared on his face. His piercing gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. "Brat, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you're on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse just because you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage and defeated the Luo brothers when they joined forces?" On the way here, Zhao He too had learned about what had happened from Zhao Ji's lackey. Zhao He too was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao He too's body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian, standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. One of the sound of wind whistling was caused by Wang Pai's moving body. He shot toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to help Duan Lingtian deal with Zhao He Tuesday. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident, he thought Duan Lingtian was just trying to comfort him. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would be able to compete with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, since both of them were not on the same level at all. If the latter fought the former, he could easily crush the former. However, although Wang Pai's speed was fast, there was someone else who was even faster than him. When Wang Pai noticed someone had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he looked at the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian in shock. How could it be him? Junior brother Lingtian knows him. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian first was a tall and sturdy young man. The young man's facial features were well defined. He could not be considered handsome, but he gave off a feeling of determination. With just a glance, one could tell he was a tough guy. Senior brother Guli. When Zhao He too saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. You know Lingtian. Guli. Originally, Duan Lingtian was puzzled when a stranger appeared in front of him. Moreover, this stranger seemed to be helping him. He did not know this person and was certain he had never seen this person before. However, when he heard Zhao He too's words, he finally found out the sturdy young man's name was Guli, senior brother Guli. When Zhao Baiju saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian behind him, his expression turned solemn immediately. Senior brother Guli. Senior brother Guli. At the same time, the mystical sky mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed respectfully at Guli. When the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples faced Guli, they were even more respectful than when they faced the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, Shao Yi. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this sturdy young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with the intention of protecting him would have such a high position in the eyes of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed to Gu Li, all of them showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it! How does he know Gu Li? Seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression turned somewhat ugly. Although he was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was only a title given to him by others because of his background. His grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he was wary of among his peers in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This person was none other than Gu Li. Gu Li was the son of the other old guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had a son at an old age, the old guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion doted on his only son very much. As long as it was something he could give, he would give it to his son unconditionally. Gu Li did not let him down and became the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years. Naturally, that was before Duan Lingtian had arrived. After Duan Lingtian appeared, the innate talent he displayed was even more monstrous than Gu Li. One could say that he had snatched away the title of the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years from Gu Li the moment he arrived. Gu Li was actually in his early 50s. He was in the prime of his life, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only that, but Gu Li was also the strongest person on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple broke through the eminent saint stage and entered the divine saint stage, his name would be removed from the Mystical Sky ranking and he would become an elder. The fact that Gu Li was the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking was enough to prove his strength was invincible below the divine saint stage in the Mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Gu Li arrive? I didn't notice. It seems like senior brother Gu Li intends to stand up for Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian knows senior brother Gu Li. No wonder he was so calm earlier. As it turns out, this is his trump card. The surrounding Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt that the reason Duan Lingtian was so calm was because he knew Gu Li would appear to help him. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, rendered speechless when he heard the whispers in the surroundings. Chapter 1756. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study Gu Li seriously. Gu Li was a muscular young man who was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight-fitting robe that accentuated his perfect muscles, giving off a sense of strength. Apart from that, Gu Li's face was filled with determination. He emitted a manly charm. This could be seen from the infatuated looks in the eyes of many Mystical Sky Mansion's female disciples when they looked at him. The strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? He's only in his early 50s, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Through the whispers in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian easily learned about Gu Li. He was shocked as well. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. The only son of a Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian. Duan Lingtian finally realized that not only was Gu Li's innate talent and strength high, but his background was not simple as well. He was actually the only son of one of the two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians were widely acknowledged as powerhouses who were second only to the Mansion Master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although his background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji's, it was not too far off. After all, Zhao Ji only had a Vice Mansion Master as his father. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene respected Gu Li was not because of Gu Li's background, but because of Gu Li's strength. Zhao Ji's background was slightly more powerful than Gu Li's, but how many people would treat him with such respect? Senior brother Gu Li, do you know Ling Tian? Zhao Baiju asked anxiously as he looked at Gu Li. Although he really wanted to stand up for his junior brother and take revenge, when faced with Gu Li, he felt powerless in his heart. If Gu Li really wanted to protect Ling Tian, he and Zhao He too would not be able to do anything. Therefore, he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Gu Li had only come out to watch the show, and not to help Ling Tian. Even though he himself felt that this possibility was close to zero, he couldn't help but think this way. No, I don't. However, Gu Li's indifferent reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes light up. Even Zhao He too's eyes lit up. Gu Li didn't know Ling Tian. The moment Gu Li finished speaking, the dark clouds on Zhao Ji's face instantly dispersed, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since this Gu Li doesn't know him, why did he come out for no reason? Do you want to show your presence? Zhao Ji was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian. The moment Gu Li's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was stunned as well. Initially, they thought Gu Li was the helper Ling Tian had found. However, it did not cross their minds that Gu Li would actually say he did not know Ling Tian at such a critical moment. It seems like we're all wrong. Senior brother Gu Li isn't the helper Ling Tian found. When senior brother Gu Li appeared, I thought Ling Tian would be able to escape this calamity. However, it didn't cross my mind that senior brother Gu Li didn't come for Ling Tian. Since senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian, it seems like there's no reason for him to help Ling Tian. Perhaps, senior brother Gu Li only wants to watch the show and has no intention of helping Ling Tian at all. Many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. In their opinion, since Gu Li did not know Duan Ling Tian, he was definitely not the helper Duan Ling Tian had found. Without Gu Li's help, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not be a match for Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, even if he had Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know junior brother Ling Tian. Wang Pai's expression turned grave. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell like a deflated balloon. Although he had planned to help Duan Ling Tian since the beginning, he knew his own limits. Even if he helped, he would not be able to stop Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. At this moment, Gu Li's appearance was like a flame that appeared in the darkness, igniting the hope in his heart. As long as Gu Li was willing to help, junior brother Ling Tian would definitely be able to turn the situation around. When Wang Pai saw Gu Li's appearance, he thought Gu Li knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Gu Li did not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help. Similar to Wang Pai, Wang Fei Xian also sighed in relief when Gu Li appeared. She thought Gu Li was Duan Lingtian's friend and would help Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, when Gu Li said he was not Duan Lingtian's friend, her expression changed again. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end and had an indifferent expression on his face, her expression softened again. Based on this guy's expression, he doesn't seem to know Gu Li as well. In that case, his confidence doesn't come from Gu Li. Don't tell me he really has a way to fight an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator with his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage? When Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she began to look forward to it even though she found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Lingtian as her eyes shone brightly. She muttered to herself, I hope you're not bragging. As it turns out, senior brother Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao He too looked at Gu Li and grinned before his expression turned grave immediately. Senior brother Gu Li, this Ling Tian is too arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone. Today, as long as senior brother Gu Li can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor. Slap. The moment Zhao He too's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Gu Li did not seem to have made any move, but Zhao He too's head suddenly tilted to the side. Half of his face was swollen from the slap. Senior brother Gu Li, why you? Zhao He too was furious when he saw Zhao He Tuesday. Zhao He too was naturally angry after being slapped for no reason. However, he didn't dare to show it in front of Gu Li. He just looked at Gu Li with a blank and aggrieved face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of showing me your attitude? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me making things easy for you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of representing the Zhao clan? Gu Li said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhao He Tu with a mocking smile on his face. When the others, including Duan Lingtian, saw this scene, they were stunned. They did not know what Gu Li was trying to do. He clearly did not know Duan Lingtian, but he had slapped Zhao He Tu at this moment. Although Zhao He Tu's expression was a little gloomy, everyone knew that he was showing his attitude to Duan Lingtian. However, Gu Li had seized on this point and said that he was showing his attitude to Zhao He Tu and slapped him. He was clearly trying to protect Duan Lingtian. Gu Li, don't you dare cross the line. Zhao Ji's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Li. Although his strength was far inferior to Gu Li's, he was not afraid of Gu Li. After all, he had a powerful background. However, Gu Li acted as if he did not hear his furious roar at all. From start to finish, he did not pay any attention to him. Zhao Ji was instantly enraged. It was as though his eyes were about to spit fire at any moment. Senior brother Gu Li, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian? Unlike Zhao Ji, who was fearless, Zhao Baiju's face was filled with bitterness and confusion when he looked at Gu Li. As soon as Zhao Baiju finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at Gu Li. They were also curious about this. They did not know why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian. Who said that I can't help him just because I don't know him? Gu Li glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Baiju was instantly speechless. Problem? Of course, he had a problem with that. However, did he dare to say it out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Gu Li cared about his master and the old guardian. Even if he attacked Zhao Ji, he would not be ruthless. As for him, even if he was killed by Gu Li, his death would be in vain. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to make sure his death was worth it. If he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian now, it would be pointless. Junior brother Lingtian, hurry up and thank senior brother Gu Li. At this time, Wang Pai's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Wang Pai was reminding Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Gu Li's back and cupped his hands together slightly. Senior brother Gu Li, thank you. Ha! When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud. Junior brother Lingtian, I've heard about you a long time ago. However, I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, the Heavenly Palace is competing for a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. I'm here to see you. In the past, I only knew that your martial Dao talent is monstrous and even better than mine. However, I don't know much about you as a person. After everything that has happened, I realized that junior brother Ling Tian is to my liking. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he regretted not having met him earlier. Then, it's my honor. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Even if Gu Li did not stand up for him, he was not afraid of Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. However, Gu Li was unaware of this. Due to this reason, he owed Gu Li a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene finally understood why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian at all. As it turned out, he felt sorry for not having met Duan Lingtian earlier. Gu Li and Duan Lingtian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion, while the latter was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment both of them met, they instantly became friends. It just so happened that birds of a feather flocked together. Guli. Just when many people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, thought the matter had come to an end, Zhao Ji's eyes were burning with rage. His sharp gaze landed on Guli as he said in a deep voice, "Are you deliberately going against me?" His voice was cold and deep as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Little junior brother. Chapter 1757. Although they were not worried Guli would cross the line, Guli still dared to teach Zhao Ji a lesson. "So what if I'm deliberately going against you? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson." Guli sneered as he glanced at Zhao Ji indifferently. "You." Upon hearing Guli's words, Zhao Ji's face turned green and pale. He was rendered speechless, let alone teach Guli a lesson. If he made a move, he would be the unlucky one and not Guli. With his strength, he could not even defeat Duan Lingtian who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Guli who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. "If you don't dare to, then stop grumbling in front of me." Guli had a disdainful expression on his face. After he retracted his gaze, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Junior brother Lingtian, nice to meet you. Let's go. Let's have a drink with senior brother." After he finished speaking, Guli stepped up into the air and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Fei Xian, and Lu Jian before he left with Guli, leaving behind a handsome back view for the others to see. Today's farce came to an end. Ah! After Guli and Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling from anger, finally could not help but shout loudly. His voice was filled with anger and indignation. "Guli, Lingtian. I, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let the two of you go. I won't let the two of you go." Zhao Ji continued to roar in his heart. If thoughts could kill, Duan Lingtian and Guli would have been killed by him many times. That fellow is really lucky. To think that even Guli is on his side. Now that the matter had come to an end, Wang Fei Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best ending for her. If she really let Duan Lingtian make a move, she still felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian followed Guli to his residence for a drink. After a drink, they became familiar with each other. Of course, this was also because Guli was a sentimental person, which suited Duan Lingtian's taste. "Senior brother Guli, are you really helping me today because you find me pleasing to the eye?" After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian looked at Guli and asked with a smile. "Of course." Guli hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Really?" Duan Lingtian didn't even blink. He stared at Guli's eyes, as if he wanted to see something in Guli's eyes. "That's enough. Stop looking." As the saying went, the eyes were the window to the soul. Even Guli could not make his eyes betray his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian staring at his eyes, he immediately surrendered. At the same time, he said honestly, "The reason I appeared there and helped you is because of Grand Master. Grand Master mentioned you to me before, and he even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with the fact that your name is widely spread in the mystical sky mansion, I'm very curious about you. As it turns out, Grand Master has a good eye. You're indeed extraordinary." Guli said. "Grand Master?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know who Guli's Grand Master was. Based on what he knew, Guli's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. He was from the same generation as the mansion master, and his seniority could be considered very high in the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people whose seniority was higher than Guli's father. As for the martial ancestor that Guli spoke of, his seniority was definitely higher than his father. Spirit Pool. When Guli saw the puzzled expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he reminded him slowly. "So that senior is your Grand Master?" Since Gu Li had already reminded him to this extent, if Duan Lingtian still did not know who the Grand Master was, then his reaction would be too slow. Gu Li's Grand Master was the one-armed old man who was guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that Senior is your master's master? Duan Lingtian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Gu Li smiled. My master should be waiting for me in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Senior brother Gu Li is planning to go to the upper province? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. When my cultivation base breaks through to the Divine Saint stage, I'll go to the upper province. Going to the upper province has always been my goal. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. In the Debussy subterranean, Gu Li was not the only one who wanted to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with high innate talent and confidence in themselves yearned to go to the upper province since it was the place where the true powerhouses of the Dao Martial Saint Land gathered. There were many powerhouses that did not exist in the Debussy subterranean. Will it be soon? Duan Lingtian asked. 1 year at most. Gu Li smiled confidently. In 1 year at most, he would break through to the Divine Saint stage and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So soon? Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. It might be fast compared to other people, but it's not fast compared to you, junior brother Lingtian. I believe junior brother Lingtian will definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Gu Li admired Duan Lingtian's innate talent very much. He also thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, do you plan to go to the upper province after you break through to the Divine Saint stage? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. He would definitely go to the upper province, but he would not go there after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, it would take him a long time to break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait that long. He had long decided that once his cultivation base had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for Kerr and his child. It seems like our goal is the same. We don't plan to waste time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to pressure myself and strive to make a name for myself in the upper province before you go to the upper province, junior brother Lingtian. That way, I'll be able to take care of you, junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li smiled. I believe senior brother Gu Li will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the upper province. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Some people might not be able to become friends even if they knew each other for a lifetime. Naturally, this was referring to true friends. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had only known each other for a day, they quickly became friends due to their similar temperaments. Moreover, they were friends who could open their hearts to each other. Junior brother Lingtian, when we were at the peak of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting with the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seem to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin that appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Don't tell me you really know him. Gu Li asked suddenly as though he had recalled something. Senior brother Gu Li, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If it was someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not be surprised if they thought his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's after witnessing his territory and true origin. This was because many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person before him was Gu Li, a disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was not from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, a friend of mine was present. My friend is a Dao Talisman Master, and he has a deep understanding of the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the fact that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble chess set in the Nimble Valley, ordinary mirror image talismans can't record the scene at all. Gu Li said, although the mirror image talisman my friend inscribed can't perfectly record the scene in the nimble chess set, it can record some fragments. In those fragments, I saw Li Feng and saw his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, but I also heard that when you first entered the mystical sky mansion, you told someone that you know Li Feng. When Gu Li reached this part of his sentence, he paused and looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior brother Gu Li, although we've only known each other for a day, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. For this reason, I won't hide some things from you. Duan Lingtian said. Although they had only known each other for a day, Duan Lingtian had already regarded Gu Li as a good friend whom he could confide in. He was also certain Gu Li would not betray him. Oh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li became even more curious. Actually, the Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district that time was me. Duan Lingtian said frankly. What? It was apparent that Gu Li was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, there's no sign of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the mirror image talisman before. His appearance is ordinary, and it's worlds apart from your handsome face. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance with my true origin. As Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, the muscles on his face began to twitch. In the end, under Gu Li's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. This ordinary-looking face was not unfamiliar to Gu Li. Previously, the Li Feng he saw through the mirror image talisman was exactly this face. I can't believe there's such a miraculous disguising secret tactic in this world. After a while, Gu Li regained his senses and praised him with a thumbs up. Junior brother Ling Tian, is there a reason you're disguising yourself to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle? Gu Li found this a little strange. Senior brother Gu Li, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was because, since he did not plan to hide his identity as Li Feng from Gu Li, Duan Lingtian told him everything about Han Shu and I. I see. When Gu Li heard this, realization dawned on him. If that's the case, Sister Xuan I must thank you for killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. That's how she managed to escape from the engagement. Su Jing didn't die. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Su Jing. How's that possible? Chapter 1758. Although Gu Li did not go to the scene of the Rising Sky ranking battle, he had seen the scene through the mirror image talisman his friend had recorded. Although the scene was intermittent, he had witnessed how Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, with his own eyes. Even a great overarching celestial would not be able to save Su Jing when the sword pierced through his glabella. Due to this reason, Gu Li immediately refuted Duan Lingtian when he said Su Jing was not dead. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Gu Li's reaction. He smiled faintly and asked, Senior brother Gu Li, have you heard of the soul congregation technique? Soul congregation technique? Gu Li was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Junior brother Lingtian, you mean Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, knows the soul congregation technique? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. But how's that possible? I've never heard of any devil Dao cultivation method that has a soul congregation technique in the Debussy subterranean before. As far as I know, the devil Dao cultivation methods that have records of the soul congregation technique are all profound devil Dao cultivation methods that only appear in the upper province. Gu Li had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe there was someone in the Debussy subterranean who knew the soul congregation technique. Nothing is absolute. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Senior brother Gu Li, since your friend was there, I'm sure you've heard of Su Jing's improvement in just a year. Yes. Gu Li nodded. I heard from my friend that Guli has cultivated from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me it's because he has cultivated a profound devil Tao cultivation method that he has such an improvement. As he spoke, Guli came to a realization. The devil Tao cultivation method that he cultivates is definitely not an ordinary devil Tao cultivation method. However, even if it's the best devil Tao cultivation method in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land, it's impossible for an early refined saint stage devil cultivator to break through 3 stages consecutively to the peak of the refined saint stage in just 1 year if he doesn't take a shortcut. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, therefore, I suspect that Su Jing must have cultivated an extremely extraordinary devil Tao cultivation method. That devil Tao cultivation method is very likely to be the kind of devil Tao cultivation method that is universally condemned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. Of course, this is only my guess. If my guess is wrong, then he must have had some other amazing fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian added. An amazing adventure in the Debussyi subterranean? Guli shook his head. Compared to the latter, I'm more inclined to the former. He must have cultivated some profound devil Tao cultivation method. I don't know much about this kind of devil Tao cultivation method. I'll ask Grand Ancestor if there's any devil Tao cultivation method in the lower province that has the soul congregation technique. Grand Ancestor has lived for a long time, so he must know more than me. However, since Su Jing didn't die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion allow the news of Su Jing's death to spread and not refute it? Guli was puzzled by this. It's not difficult to deduce. Duan Lingtian said, Su Jing must have cultivated a devil Tao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique. That's why he managed to escape death. If this news spreads, it won't be a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion. Why didn't I think of this? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Guli interrupted Duan Lingtian as realization dawned on him. If the news of Su Jing's survival spreads out, people will definitely link the soul congregation technique to Guli's survival. The soul congregation technique only exists in those profound devil Tao cultivation methods. Once the news of Su Jing mastering the devil Tao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely become a target for everyone. At that time, let alone the other fourth-rate forces, even the quasi-third-rate forces including our mystical Sky Mansion will be interested in the devil Tao cultivation method that Su Jing mastered. Guli was not stupid. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately came to a realization. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he scoffed. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion aren't stupid. So what if they're not stupid? There's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Even if they tried to hide it, we still found out about it. Guli smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. Junior brother Lingtian, I learned about this from you. For this reason, I'd like to ask for your opinion. Can I tell my father about this and ask him to inform Lord Mansion Master? If that devil Tao cultivation method is really a heinous and heartless method, it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to keep it than for it to spread outside. If it's not a cruel devil Tao cultivation method, it'll undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical Sky Mansion if it's just a pure top devil Tao cultivation method. When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Senior brother Guli, before I reply to you, I'd like to ask you a question. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Guli intently. Speak. When Guli saw how solemn Duan Lingtian was, he became serious as well. I want to know, if it's confirmed that the devil Tao cultivation method Su Jing has cultivated is a heinous and heartless one and the mystical Sky Mansion has obtained it, would the mystical Sky Mansion allow someone to cultivate the devil Tao cultivation method? Duan Lingtian asked. Although the Tao martial saint land valued the strong and killing and being killed was a common occurrence, the devil Tao cultivation method was a heinous and heartless method. However, some deranged demonic cultivation methods had already reached the point of inhumanity. As long as one was a normal person, they would not be able to accept that kind of demonic cultivation method. No. Gu Li shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago, so you might not know this yet. Many years ago, during the battle between the Debussy subterranean and the inhumane Devil Dao cultivation method, the ancestor of the current mansion master of mystical sky mansion was a powerhouse from the righteous sect. Due to this reason, as long as Lord Mansion Master is around, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains that Devil Dao cultivation method, nobody will be able to cultivate it since Lord Mansion Master won't allow it. Gu Li added. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. Since that's the case, I don't have any objections. Speaking of which, this is actually a good thing for me. It's fine if the Rising Sky Mansion cooperates with the Mystical Sky Mansion, but if they don't, I'm afraid they'll be annihilated. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated. Gu Li's eyes gleamed as he said. Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. If they cooperate and hand over the Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll still have to annihilate them? Anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion who knows about the Devil Dao cultivation method won't be able to survive. After all, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method, we don't want everyone to know about it. In the Debussy subterranean, there's still the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our mystical sky mansion. If they find out we've obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, they'll definitely come and get a share of it. Gu Li continued to say, an ordinary man is innocent, but he's guilty because of his wealth. Junior brother Ling Tian, you should know about this. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was also the reason the Rising Sky Mansion was targeted by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the fact that Su Jing had cultivated the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique, Gu Li was in a hurry to look for his father. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly parted ways with Gu Li and returned to his own residence. The St. Martial's secret zone will open in 10 days. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the opening of the St. Martial's secret zone in 10 days. Naturally, he was looking forward to the various divine ability relics in there and the difficulties and obstacles he would encounter in his search for the divine ability relics. In other words, it was a test. As far as he knew, there were ancient formations everywhere in the St. Martial secret zone. The divine ability relics in there were all sorts of tests set up using ancient formations. Only those who passed the tests and made it to the end would have the chance to stand in front of the divine ability relic. If there was more than one person standing in front of the divine ability relic, the person who made it to the end would have to fight for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The St. Martial's secret zone is a secret zone that has been passed down since ancient times. It's said that one can even project one's clone in there. If one's clone is killed in the St. Martial's secret zone, the clone will be destroyed, and the soul will return to the original body. However, at the same time, the clone will be eliminated. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the St. Martial's secret zone. Projecting a clone. What kind of technique was that? Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. At the same time, he wanted to give it a try. It's said that the existence of the St. Martial's secret zone can be traced back to ancient times. Nobody knows exactly what era it was. At the very least, although the books in the main mansion's library in the Mystical Sky Mansion mention the St. Martial's secret zone, nobody knows how long the St. Martial's secret zone has existed and who created it. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the St. Martial's secret zone. Now that he had obtained a chance to enter the St. Martial's secret zone and would officially enter in 10 days, it was only natural that he was excited. Apart from that, it seems like I don't need to deal with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he recalled the matter he had told Gu Li earlier. With the Mystical Sky Mansion's interference, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not end well this time. As the person involved, Su Jing would definitely not be able to escape death. When a divine saint stage powerhouse mainly cultivated their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and easily pry open the mouth of others. Naturally, there were very few divine saint stage powerhouses like that. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if they did not cultivate their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry about Su Jing not opening his mouth. Chapter 1759. In the mystical sky mansion, even if there were no divine saint stage powerhouses who mainly cultivated spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, it was not a big deal for the mystical sky mansion to use the soul-searching secret tactic. However, the St. Martial secret zone will open in 10 days. Even if the mystical sky mansion wants to make a move on the rising sky mansion, I'm afraid they'll have to wait until we come out of the St. Martial secret zone. Duan Lingtian had heard that the mansion master of mystical sky mansion would personally oversee the opening of the St. Martial secret zone. Put aside the fact that the mystical sky mansion would not make a move on the rising sky mansion at this juncture, even if the St. Martial secret zone did not open, the mystical sky mansion would still need some time to come up with a plan to deal with the rising sky mansion. Although the rising sky mansion was not as powerful as the mystical sky mansion, as a fourth-rate force, it was not easy to deal with. If they fought head-on, even if the mystical sky mansion managed to annihilate the rising sky mansion, they would definitely suffer some losses. Naturally, it would not hurt the mystical sky mansion at all. However, if they were prepared, the mystical sky mansion would be able to annihilate the rising sky mansion without suffering any losses. This was the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute. Just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the room, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. Without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Is there anything? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Fei Xian with a smile. After what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had completely acknowledged Wang Fei Xian as a friend. Although Wang Fei Xian was only a woman, her sense of responsibility surpassed many men. When he was facing Zhao Baizhu and Zhao He too, Wang Fei Xian knew she was not a match for them, but she still wanted to stand out and go through thick and thin with him. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian smiling at her, Wang Fei Xian blushed slightly. She naturally noticed the obvious change in Duan Lingtian's attitude towards her. To her, this was something to be happy about. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you, did you know Senior Marshal Brother Guli long ago? Wang Fei Xian said. No, I don't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. In that case, what Senior Marshal Brother Guli said is true. Did he really not know you before today? And the reason why he helped you was because of your talent and because he found you to his liking? Wang Fei Xian believed Duan Lingtian's words. Because of this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. That's not entirely the case. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Wang Fei Xian. You should still remember the senior who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's the master of Senior Marshal Brother Gu Li's father. He's also Senior Marshal Brother Gu Li's Grand Master. That's why Senior Marshal Brother Gu Li took notice of me. Today, he came for me because he wanted to see me. As for the reason why he helped me in the end, it's because I'm to his liking as well. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian could not help but gasp. Her voice was trembling slightly. It was obvious she was shocked. Guardian Gu was Gu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, the position of the two great guardians was only second to the mansion master. Correspondingly, their strength was only second to the mansion master as well. After a while, Wang Fei Xian finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, "There's another thing that I came to look for you about. It's about the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Just like Ren Fei, he didn't get a chance to enter the St. Martial secret zone as well. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior this time." "Alright." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this since he was not sure if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to enter the St. Martial secret zone or not. "Since I've already told you about this matter, I won't disturb you anymore. You should focus on your cultivation. See you in 10 days. After she was done talking, Wang Fei Xian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Duan Lingtian also returned to his room and immediately entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, it was almost 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the mystical sky mansion that seemed peaceful was filled with undercurrents. After Gu Li parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he went to look for his father, Gu Xiaiyun, one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. "Li, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is there anything?" If it was someone else who had woken him up from his cultivation, he would have been furious. However, since the person who had woken him up was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he even asked with a gentle smile on his face. "Father, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. It's just that this matter is too important." When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and solemn. "Oh. What's the matter?" Gu Xiaiyun knew his only son very well. If it was not something important, he would not be so solemn. Perhaps, Gu Xiaiyun was influenced by Gu Li, but his expression turned solemn as well. In front of his father, Gu Li, who had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, naturally, did not conceal anything. He told his father about Duan Lingtian's speculation in full detail. "Su Jing, the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. The Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique?" After listening to Gu Li's words, Gu Xiaiyun's eyes narrowed immediately. As one of the 2 great guardians of mystical sky mansion and Gu Li's father, Gu Xiaiyun's knowledge was, naturally, higher than Gu Li. He had a better understanding of the soul congregation technique. He knew it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, a Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique was extremely rare. It was almost impossible to find it in the lower province. Usually, it would only exist in the upper province where there were many powerhouses. However, he had learned from his son that such a Devil Dao cultivation method had also appeared in the Debussy subterranean. Gu Xiaiyun's breathing quickened immediately. If that kind of demonic cultivation method was found, it would be condemned by the world and inhumane. Once it was discovered, it must be destroyed. If it was not inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the mystical sky mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps, with this Devil Dao cultivation method, the mystical sky mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators in the future. It might even be possible for the mystical sky mansion to compete with the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a top force in the Debussy subterranean. In the Debussy subterranean, in the opinion of ordinary people, quasi-third-rate forces were the top forces. However, in truth, there were only 2 forces that were at the top of the Debussy subterranean. Chapter 1760. P.S. Don't be in a hurry to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. This is a serious matter. I must report this to Lord Mansion Master personally. Gu Xiaiyun said solemnly, Follow me to see Lord Mansion Master. Yes, father. Gu Li replied and followed Gu Xiaoyun to see the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhao Ji had also arrived at the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. The first thing he did was to complain to his father. Father, that Gu Li has gone too far. Zhao Ji looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shame and indignation. His eyes were burning with hatred and indignation. That new disciple, Ling Tian, actually slapped me twice in front of so many people. Not only does he not respect me, but he also doesn't respect you, father. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green long robe. His appearance was 50% to 60% similar to Zhao Ji. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Dang. He was also one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. What happened? Zhao Dang was a protective person. Moreover, Zhao Ji was his only son. Due to this reason, he was furious when he heard Zhao Ji's words. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw his father was angry. Because he knew that as long as his father was angry, he would definitely stand up for him. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji quickly told his father everything that had happened today. He told the truth and did not try to hide his good-for-nothing image at all. Of course, the reason why he was so casual was because he knew that even if he told the truth, his father would still stand up for him. In his father's eyes, not to mention bullying, even if he killed someone, his father would still clean up after him and settle everything for him. Gu Li doesn't know him, but he still helped him. Zhao Dang's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was another Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have asked someone to call him over and teach him a lesson. However, that person was Gu Li. Not only was Gu Li the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Guardian Gu Xiaoyun of Mystical Sky Mansion. Since Gu Xiaoyun had a son at an old age, everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew how much he doted on Gu Li. If he wanted to lay a finger on Gu Li, Gu Xiaoyun would definitely fight him to the death. Although he was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of status and strength, he was far from being comparable to Gu Xiaoyun. Gu Xiaoyun was at the same level as his father. It's impossible that Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao Ji said angrily, Father, think about it. If Gu Li really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it's as Gu Li said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he found Ling Tian pleasing to the eye. However, that Ling Tian actually slapped me twice in public and embarrassed me in front of everyone. If he didn't have someone to rely on, would he dare to do that? In fact, he wasn't facing me at that time. He was facing Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. He's just a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he's still able to remain so calm in the face of Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. If it's not because of Gu Li's support, what else could it be? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Zhao Dang looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, you should know about Gu Li's identity as well. Even father can't lay a finger on him. Father, I know about this. Zhao Ji nodded angrily. It's fine if we don't lay a finger on Gu Li. After all, his father is Guardian Gu. However, when I think about how Ling Tian is safe and sound, I can't take this lying down. Isn't it just because his innate talent is slightly higher? If he doesn't have an identity, won't he be even more unruly in the future when he has an identity? Today, he still has no identity, but he dared to slap me twice in public. If he has an identity in the future, won't he be able to trample me under his feet? When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhao Dang and said worriedly, Father, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master really intends to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple? If he really becomes Lord Mansion Master's disciple, not only will he crush me in terms of strength, but he'll also crush me in terms of background. Based on his attitude today, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion anymore if he gains power. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter and helpless expression on his face as he lowered his head. Zhao Deng didn't notice that when Zhao Ji lowered his head, Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam of success. Humph. When Zhao Deng heard how aggrieved Zhao Ji sounded, his expression turned grave as though it was covered with a layer of frost. He's merely a new disciple who has just entered our mystical sky mansion, but he's already so arrogant. What would happen if he gains power? Father, I don't want to leave the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Ji raised his head. Tears could be seen in his eyes, making him look extremely pitiful. Ji, you can rest assured. Since Ling Tian is so blind as to go against you, I, naturally, won't sit back and do nothing. However, that Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed outstanding. It'll be a pity if we really suppress him. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone changed. Father. Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Based on his father's tone, it seemed like he did not have the heart to suppress Ling Tian. How could he not be anxious? Ji, don't worry. The way he treated you means he's already standing on the opposite side of our Zhao clan. No matter how much your grandfather and I cherish talents, we won't allow him to enter the Zhao clan. If such a genius doesn't enter the Zhao clan, he'll be a hidden danger to us. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. We must get rid of such a hidden danger. Let's kill him before he grows up. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's resolute words, he sighed in relief inwardly. Things were finally developing in the direction he had expected. Father, you haven't answered my question. Suddenly, Zhao Ji seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he asked, will Lord Mansion Master really take a liking to his innate talent and accept him as his direct disciple? Ji, I won't lie to you. There's an 80% chance that Lord Mansion Master will publicly accept Ling Tian as his direct disciple after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. In fact, he might even become his last disciple. Zhao Deng said solemnly. Last disciple. When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. The last disciple of Lord Mansion Master on top of that. He knew very well what this meant. Father. No. We can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. Zhao Ji was in a complete panic. He could imagine that once Ling Tian became the last disciple of Lord Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his title as the strongest person among the second generation in Mystical Sky Mansion would change. Moreover, with the conflict between him and Ling Tian, would Ling Tian let him go so easily? Ji, don't panic. When Zhao Deng saw how anxious Zhao Ji was, he immediately comforted him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, it'll only happen after he comes out from the St. Martial secret zone. Go and call your eldest senior brother over. I'll make the arrangements. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what his father's plan was, he still obediently went to look for his eldest senior brother. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was Zhao Deng's eldest disciple. He was also ranked third on the Mystical Sky ranking. Similar to Gu Li, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Naturally, although they were both at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, his strength was slightly weaker than Gu Li's. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was called Wei Wei. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a short and muscular body. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his thick eyebrows made him look majestic and imposing. Master is looking for me. When Wei Wei learned that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stopped cultivating and followed Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. Along the way, he did not forget to ask, little junior brother, do you know why Master is looking for me? Eldest senior brother, father must be looking for you because he wants you to stand up for me, Zhao Ji replied. Wei Wei's expression darkened. What's going on? Wei Wei's expression turned grave as flames of anger rose in his eyes. Someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. That person was really seeking death. As Zhao Dang's eldest disciple, Wei Wei respected Zhao Dang so much that he revered him like a god. Due to this reason, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Dang's only son, and treated him like his own younger brother. Now that he heard Zhao Ji was being bullied, and this matter had even alerted his master, how could he not be furious? After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even graver. I've also heard of that Ling Tian. Initially, I thought our mystical sky mansion would have an amazing person. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and condescending. Even if such a person grows up in the future, it might not be a good thing for our mystical sky mansion. However, since Gu Li is so protective of him, it's obvious they have a special relationship. With Gu Li around, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to make a move on him. Although Wei Wei really wanted to teach that Ling Tian a lesson and stand up for his junior brother, he would not be able to do so. However, if that Ling Tian had Gu Li's protection, he would not be able to make a move on him since he was not a match for Gu Li, eldest senior brother. I'm aware of what you just said. However, since father has asked me to bring you to see him, I'm sure he must have a plan. Zhao Ji had long thought of what Wei Wei had said. However, he still chose to believe in his father. Yes, I believe in master. Wei Wei nodded. He trusted his master unconditionally. Master. However, just as Wei Wei and Zhao Ji were about to greet Zhao Dang, before Zhao Dang could even speak, a slightly anxious voice sounded from outside. You're right. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master has asked for you to come over immediately. The urgent voice resonated in the air. Based on the voice, one could tell it was an urgent matter. Due to this reason, Zhao Dang prepared to go over immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Wei, Ji, both of you wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first. Thank you for all your support. I hope you can give your support to the Writers' Hall of Honor and the Writers' Hall of Honor and the overall selection of works this time. Apart from that, there are also some red packets and gift bags. Take them and continue to subscribe. Chapter 1761. Yes, Master. Yes, Father. After Wei Wei and Zhao Ji sent Zhao Dang off, they obediently stayed in Zhao Dang's residence and waited for his return. The wait lasted for an entire afternoon. However, both of them did not dare to complain. Zhao Dang only returned when the sun set in the west and evening arrived. When he returned, Zhao Dang's expression remained the same. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, his eyes shone strangely. Father, you're finally back. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw Zhao Dang had returned. Now, can you tell me how you want eldest senior brother to help me deal with that Ling Tian? Let's put aside the matter about Ling Tian for now. However, this was the only thing Zhao Ji received in response to his father's words. After Zhao Dang finished speaking, he no longer cared about Zhao Ji, whose expression changed immediately. He immediately looked at Wei Wei and said, Wei, there's nothing else. You may leave now. Yes, Master. Although Wei Wei did not know what had happened that caused his master to dismiss the idea of dealing with that Ling Tian, he still listened to his master's words. Therefore, he immediately left and returned to his residence in the main mansion. When Wei Wei left, Zhao Ji opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, Zhao Dang glared at him and interrupted him. Zhao Ji was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell that his father was worried. At this moment, he obediently kept his mouth shut. However, a hint of unwillingness and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. When Wei Wei's silhouette finally disappeared from his sight, Zhao Ji could no longer hold it in. He immediately looked at Zhao Dang and asked anxiously, Father, what's the matter? Why did you send eldest senior brother away? Also, why did you put aside the matter about that Ling Tian for now? He humiliated me in public. Humiliating me is equivalent to humiliating you, father. I know you hate that Ling Tian a lot. In fact, I also want him to disappear from this world. Zhao Deng shook his head and quickly asked, do you know why Lord Mansion Master summoned me so urgently? Could it be because of that Ling Tian? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has spoken to protect that Ling Tian and forbade you from interfering? That's not it. Zhao Deng shook his head. This time, Lord Mansion Master is in a hurry to look for me mainly because of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, that Ling Tian contributed quite a bit in this matter. If our Zhao clan were to make things difficult for Ling Tian at this time, the Manor Lord would definitely not be happy. Before I came back, I've already discussed this with your grandfather. We won't touch Duan Ling Tian for the time being. We'll talk about this again after the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is settled. Zhao Deng continued. Grandpa. He knows too. Zhao Ji glared at him. I was summoned by the Lord Mansion Master today. Your grandfather and a few other Vice Mansion Masters were also summoned. Of course, Gu Xiaoyun and Gu Li were also summoned. Zhao Deng said. Gu Li was there as well. Zhao Ji frowned. Although I don't know what the Mystical Sky Mansion is going to do to the Rising Sky Mansion, since the Lord Mansion Master has summoned the two Great Guardians and a few Vice Mansion Masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion, I'm sure it's not a trivial matter. How could Gu Li be qualified to be present on such an occasion? This is because Gu Li was the one who told Gu Xiaoyun about this matter, and Gu Xiaoyun told the Lord Mansion Master about it, Zhao Deng said. Father, you're right. I still don't know what's going on. What's the matter that made you temporarily put aside your plan to deal with that Ling Tian? Zhao Ji asked curiously. He really could not figure out what kind of great contribution Ling Tian could make. It's like this. Although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion had asked Zhao Deng and the others to keep this matter a secret, Zhao Ji was different from Wei Wei. He was Zhao Deng's only son. Therefore, he did not hide it from him and told Zhao Ji that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method. Soul Congregation Technique? Resurrection from the Dead? Top Devil Dao cultivation method? When Zhao Ji heard about this matter, his breathing quickened involuntarily. If he could cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method, wouldn't his strength increase in a short period of time? It would be impossible for him to surpass Ling Tian. After all, Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage in just a year because he had obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. If I can cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the Eminent Saint stage in just a year. Zhao Ji was very confident about this. When Zhao Deng saw his son's gleaming eyes, how could he not know what was on his son's mind? He immediately reminded him, it's fine if Su Jing cultivates an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method since you'll have a chance to cultivate it. However, if Su Jing doesn't cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method but an inhumane one, Lord Mansion Master won't allow anyone to cultivate it. Zhao Ji nodded. However, inwardly, he did not agree or disagree. It's fine as long as I can become stronger. As for inhumane ones, I don't care. As long as I can raise my strength to the point where I can crush Ling Tian, so what if everyone in the world dies? This was Zhao Ji's true thoughts. As long as he could raise his cultivation base, he would not hesitate to use any means and disregard any consequences. Father, what do you plan to do now? Zhao Ji coveted the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Due to this reason, he kept mentioning the matter of going to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch Su Jing's Devil Dao cultivation method. Lord Mansion Master hasn't said what we're going to do. We'll have to wait until all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. Only then will Lord Mansion Master be free to do anything, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji was shocked. Lord Mansion Master is going to personally make a move. Zhao Ji was taken aback. In fact, the Lord Mansion Master of their mystical sky mansion had not made a move for many years. However, he was prepared to make a move this time. Our opponent is the Rising Sky Mansion. If Lord Mansion Master isn't here, even if we strike first to gain the upper hand, we'll still suffer quite a bit of damage. The strength of the Rising Sky Mansion's Mansion Master is not inferior to your grandfather. In our mystical sky mansion, only Lord Mansion Master is able to suppress him completely, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji nodded. A fourth-rate force's foundation and strength could not be underestimated as well. Moreover, although the Rising Sky Mansion was only a fourth-rate force, it used to be a quasi-third-rate force many years ago. A fourth-rate force like this was much stronger than an ordinary fourth-rate force. I know you hate Ling Tian, but now's not the time to deal with him. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to wait until the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is over. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and warned him. Father, if we wait until then, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master would have already taken Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Didn't you say there's a high possibility Lord Mansion Master would take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple after we come out of the St. Martial's secret zone? Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. I can understand how you feel. However, after all of you come out of the St. Martial's secret zone, the first thing Lord Mansion Master would do is not to take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Instead, he would go to the Rising Sky Mansion and snatch the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has mastered. Zhao Deng comforted him. Zhao Ji nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Moreover, even if Ling Tian really becomes Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will always be by his side to protect him. As long as he dares to go out alone, isn't it as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for our Zhao clan to take his life? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with confidence. I'm relieved to hear your words, father. Zhao Ji felt relieved. Alright, what you should be thinking about now is not the enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian. Instead, you should prepare yourself. You'll enter the St. Martial secret zone in 10 days. I hope you'll be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. If you enter the divine saint stage in the future and master that divine ability, you'll have a chance to become the next mansion master of our mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji expectantly. There hasn't been such a person in our Zhao clan before. For this reason, I hope you'll be the first person in our Zhao clan to be able to master the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone after breaking through to the divine saint stage. Father, I'll work hard and won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji vowed. I won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji said solemnly. During this trip to the St. Martial secret zone, apart from you, there are 4 other people from our Zhao clan who have also obtained a chance to enter the St. Martial secret zone. However, the strongest person among them is only at the early refined saint stage. If you have the strength to spare, please help them. If you don't, just take care of yourself, alright? Zhao Deng said solemnly. He did not wish for his son to miss out on the high-grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone because of someone else. Yes, father. In fact, there was no need for Zhao Deng to remind him. After all, Zhao Ji was a selfish person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that while he was cultivating and waiting for the day of the St. Martial secret zone's opening, he had managed to escape death due to the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had cultivated. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng's great direct disciple, Wei Wei, made a move, he might not necessarily be able to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even if he had the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not dare to use it in front of others. The temptation of the Jasper celestial sword was not any less than the Devil Seal tablet. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not risk using the Jasper celestial sword in front of others. If he did not use the Jasper celestial sword, he was definitely not a match for Wei Wei. Wei Wei might not dare to kill him due to the mystical Sky Mansion's rules, but he would definitely dare to injure him. Chapter 1762. In the next 10 days, the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion was engulfed by a shocking news. The true origin in Ling Tian's body and the territory he mastered are exactly the same as Li Fei, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Li Fei is his senior brother who has broken through to the Eminent Saint stage and has gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When this news spread out, it swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion like a hurricane. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation were shocked. Then, there were people who questioned the authenticity of this news. However, with the disciples from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion present, they quickly obtained the answer. For a time, the entire mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. Have you heard? Ling Tian is the junior brother of Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Is this true? Of course, it's true. Everyone in the mansion is talking about it now. No wonder such monstrous geniuses like Li Feng and Ling Tian appeared in our Debussy subterranean in just a few years. As it turns out, they're senior brothers. That's not all. I also heard that Ling Tian and Li Feng's master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Li Feng went to the upper province to look for his master. Sooner or later, Ling Tian will also go to the upper province to look for his master. What? Ling Tian has a master. Similar news could be heard everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian is Li Feng's junior brother. When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, she immediately went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, she discovered Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. She suppressed the curiosity in her heart and turned around to return. I'll have to ask him when the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, it was only natural that the others had heard about it as well. Junior brother Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Wang Pai was shocked by this news. Ling Tian actually has a master. Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, frowned. He knew the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple or even his last disciple. However, once this news spread, the mansion master of Heaven's Mansion, the mansion master of Mystical Heaven Mansion might mansion. After all, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take Ling Tian as his disciple because he hoped Ling Tian would be able to strengthen the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, now that they found out Ling Tian would head to the upper province to look for his master just like Li Feng, it was not realistic for them to ask Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and help out. Moreover, Ling Tian already had a master. Moreover, his master was a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely take this into consideration and not take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. What a pity for such a genius. Xiao Yi sighed. While Xiao Yi felt that it was a pity, on the other side, someone was wild with joy. Father, have you heard? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, he has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It seems like Lord Mansion Master won't take him in as his disciple anymore. After Zhao Ji learned about this, he immediately went to look for his father, Zhao Deng. I can't believe that Ling Tian has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His master must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to nurture two monstrous geniuses at the same time. Zhao Deng sighed. So what if his master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? As long as we do it discreetly, his master won't be able to find out about us at all. Zhao Ji said fiercely as his eyes flashed fiercely. Indeed. Zhao Deng nodded. After this matter with the Rising Sky Mansion comes to an end, I'll arrange for Ling Tian to be killed. At that time, we'll just create an illusion that he's missing. Nobody will investigate a dead person. No matter how high his innate talent is, he's not completely loyal to the mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even if his master leaves the upper province and comes to the lower province, it'll be a long time later. Even if his master wants to investigate, he won't be able to find out anything. Zhao Ji smiled sinisterly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion in the mystical Sky Mansion and the collusion between the father and son from the Zhao clan. It was only until the day the Saint Martial's secret zone opened that Duan Lingtian left the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to his room. He opened the door and walked out. You've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out, a familiar voice entered his ears. Without looking, he could tell it was Wang Fei Xian's voice. So early? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian and greeted her with a smile. It's not early anymore. The sun is already out. Wang Fei Xian looked at the rising sun in the horizon and said to Duan Lingtian. Oh, right. Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian's eyes gleamed as her expression turned solemn. Recently, there's a rumor in the mystical Sky Mansion. It's spreading like wildfire. The rumor says you're Li Feng's junior brother, and you have a master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is that true? That's right. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. You don't seem surprised at all. Don't tell me you already know this news has spread in the mystical Sky Mansion. Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 days? Wang Fei Xian asked in bewilderment. I didn't know this news had spread in the mystical Sky Mansion. However, since someone knows about this, it's only a matter of time before it spreads. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. Previously, he had told Ren Fei about this because he wanted Ren Fei to spread the news. The main reason he did this was because he did not want the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to accept him as a direct disciple. Apart from that, he also wanted the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to know that he would not stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. He would leave for the upper province to look for his made-up master. Naturally, his master was a made-up story. However, it was true that he was going to the upper province. However, he was not going to look for his master. Instead, he was going to look for his fiancée, Ke, and their child. How can you be so calm at such a time? Don't tell me you're not unhappy at all. Wang Fei Xian was even more puzzled when she saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. Why should I be unhappy? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Why you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Do you know? Currently, many people in the mansion are spreading the news that after this trip to the Saint Martial secret zone, Lord Mansion Master will most likely accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Duan Lingtian asked. Don't you know that if news of you having a master and will be heading to the upper province spreads, it'll affect Lord Mansion Master's decision? Perhaps, he might want to accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. He might even want to groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if news of this spreads, Lord Mansion Master will definitely dismiss the idea of accepting you as his disciple and groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian still had an indifferent expression on his face after she finished speaking, she was completely speechless. Don't tell me you don't think it's a pity at all. There's nothing to feel pity about. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The news is true. Even if it doesn't spread now, it'll still spread in the future. At that time, if the Mansion Master has already accepted me as his direct disciple, I'm afraid things won't end well for me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian fell silent. After a long while, her eyes gleamed brightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was looking at a monster. "What are you looking at?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He was not used to being stared at like this, and he felt uncomfortable as well. "I'm trying to see who you are. To think you don't care about becoming the direct disciple of the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion," Wang Fei Xian said. "Didn't you say I have a master in the upper province? Don't tell me you think my master is weaker than the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion?" Duan Lingtian asked with a shrug. Wang Fei Xian really did not know how to refute Duan Lingtian's words. Although she did not know how powerful Duan Lingtian's master was, based on the two monstrous geniuses he had nurtured, he was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was much stronger than the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion when it came to nurturing disciples. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We should go to the peak and meet up with the others," Wang Fei Xian reminded Duan Lingtian when she recalled the important matter. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, he followed Wang Fei Xian to the peak of the Heaven Palace. When they arrived at the peak, Duan Lingtian realized he and Wang Fei Xian were considered late. The other 8 people had already arrived. Lingtian. Among the 8 people, Zhao Ji immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian the moment he appeared. His eyes were filled with coldness as though he had a blood feud with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhao Ji's hostile gaze. However, he did not bother about it at all. Whether it was in the past or now, he did not take Zhao Ji seriously at all. In his opinion, Zhao Ji was only capable of glaring at him twice. Zhao Ji was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, even if he knew he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, he would still charge forward and fight with his life on the line. On the peak, apart from the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples who had obtained the qualification to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, there were also many other people. These people were all Heaven Palace's disciples. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind swept in from afar. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 2 familiar figures. They were none other than Xiao Yi and Wang Pai. After the 2 of them appeared, their eyes shifted to the other side of the sky in unison. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." Following that, Xiao Yi and Wang Pai bowed in unison. Their voices were filled with humility. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." At this moment, the others present on the scene finally regained their senses and bowed in the direction of the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Chapter 1763. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian, a figure finally appeared in the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was an old man with a medium build and white hair. Apart from his white eyebrows, he had a goatee on his chin. He looked kind and amiable, but his eyes gleamed brightly as though they were telling others that he was not simple. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace wore a long gray robe as he hovered in the air. No matter how the wind blew, his robe did not move at all. "You're Lingtian." Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes that were gleaming brightly. "Palace Master." Duan Lingtian nodded his head slightly. "That's right." The Palace Master of Heaven Palace nodded as a smile appeared on his face. Then, he retracted his gaze and said nonchalantly, "Since everyone is here, let's go." Under the lead of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi and his disciple, Wang Pai, followed closely behind. As for Duan Lingtian and the others, they followed behind Xiao Yi and Wang Pai as they made their way to the main mansion. The entrance to the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone was in the main mansion. It seems like Lord Palace Master values Lingtian a lot as well. That's right. There are so many Heaven Palace's disciples, but he only called out to Lingtian. He didn't even bother with the others, including Zhao Ji. As expected of the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion. He's really extraordinary. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples who were watching the show at the peak of the Heaven Palace, many of the Heaven Palace's disciples who followed Duan Lingtian to the main mansion could not help but whisper among themselves. Hearing those whispers, the others were still fine, and did not show any abnormal reactions. However, that Zhao Ji's expression turned completely gloomy. He was the son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was in the past, he would be the one favored by the heavens, the focus of everyone's attention. However, due to the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he had become the target of neglect. For someone like him who was extremely prideful, this was undoubtedly unacceptable. Thus, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, the hatred in his eyes deepened. Although Duan Lingtian did not deliberately pay attention to Zhao Ji's gaze, he could still feel it. However, he didn't care at all. To him, the current Zhao Ji was like a mad dog that was biting people by the roadside. If he were to argue with a mad dog, it would make him look inferior. Fortunately, Zhao Ji did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood in anger. Under the lead of the Heavenly Palace Master, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at a spacious area behind the main mansion. When they arrived, they saw that there was already a group of people there. Duan Lingtian had an impression of the person behind the leader. It was the Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. Senior Brother Zhu, your Heavenly Palace is very early. It was obvious that the leader of the group was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. When he saw the group of people from the Heavenly Palace, he took the initiative to greet them. The person he greeted was none other than the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, Zhu Luqi. Junior Brother Qian, your Yellow Palace is even earlier than us. Zhu Luqi said with a faint smile in front of the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, Qian Ping Sheng. This must be Ling Tian, right? I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed a man of striking appearance. Soon after, Qian Ping Sheng's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Although he had never seen Duan Lingtian before, the Vice Palace Master behind him had seen him before. Therefore, with the Vice Palace Master's reminder, he easily knew who Ling Tian was. Thank you for your compliment, Palace Master Qian. The other party was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace after all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ji's eyes turned red with jealousy. He, Zhao Ji, was, after all, the son of a Vice Palace Master, the grandson of a protector. Yet, this Yellow Palace's Palace Master acted as if he simply did not see him at all. Instead, he was showing a lot of favor to this unknown country boy. Naturally, although Zhao Ji was angry, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. Not only was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace a Palace Master in the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also a Vice Mansion Master. In terms of status, he was not inferior to his father. In fact, his father's status was even lower than the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were also Vice Mansion Masters. Apart from guarding the Mystical Sky Mansion, their responsibility was to govern the 4 palaces. The 4 palaces were the foundation of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and they could not afford to lose them. For this reason, they were all managed by the 4 Vice Mansion Masters with the highest seniority and strength. These Palace Masters were from the same generation as Zhao Ji's grandfather. Although they were not as strong as Zhao Ji's grandfather, they were stronger than Zhao Ji's father. Among the 4 Palace Masters, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the most senior and the strongest. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi was also widely acknowledged as the 4th strongest person in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only below that of the Mansion Master and the 2 Guardians. You're really respected. Even the Palace Master of Yellow Palace took the initiative to greet you. Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. If it was in the past, Wang Fei Xian would definitely feel jealous when she said this. However, she felt happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of her heart now. 10 days ago, when they were facing two eminent saint stage powerhouses at the peak of Heaven Palace, Duan Lingtian was like her guardian angel as he shielded her behind him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's actions had touched the softest spot in the depths of her heart. Nobody had ever touched that place before. Duan Lingtian was the first person to touch that place. Perhaps, he was the only woman she had ever met in her life who was able to touch that place. Lingtian, one day, I'll definitely enter your heart and become your woman. Although Wang Fei Xian was a straightforward woman, her beautiful cheeks could not help but blush when this thought appeared in her mind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only treated Wang Fei Xian as a friend who was worth befriending. Soon after, the people from Earth Palace and Mystical Palace arrived one after another. The people in the lead were the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace. After they arrived, they greeted the Palace Masters of Heaven Palace and Yellow Palace before looking at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about Duan Lingtian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, even though he had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After seeing him in person, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Why wasn't such an outstanding genius in the palace under their command? When he saw the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace were fighting to greet Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that his body began to tremble. It felt as though his heart was going to explode at any moment. Exactly 30 people. Duan Lingtian glanced at the lineup of the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace and discovered there were a total of 20 Saint Stage disciples from the three palaces. Including the 10 people from the Heaven Palace, there were exactly 30 people. At this moment, the Saint Stage disciples from the other three palaces were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. Many of them had dread in their eyes, but there were also many people who had jealousy and envy in their eyes. Swoosh! 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 As the four palace masters turned to look at the sky in unison, Duan Lingtian and the others followed suit and looked into the distance as well. In the distant sky, everything was calm in the beginning. However, after a while, the white clouds began to stir before a few figures appeared. One of them was in the lead while the other four followed closely behind. The person in the lead was dressed in a white long robe with golden edges. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a jade-like face. When he walked in the air, it seemed as though the air was trembling. Every step he took seemed to be opening up a path that belonged to him. Moreover, the middle-aged man's body emitted an incomparably majestic aura. This aura was even denser than the aura of the four palace masters. His arrival gave people the feeling that he was a monarch arriving at court. At this moment, there was no need for anyone to introduce or explain. Duan Lingtian and the others who had never seen this middle-aged man before had already guessed his identity. He was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. As the leader of a quasi-third-rate force, Meng Qing's reputation was extremely high in the Debussy subterranean. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had already heard of his name and knew he was a top powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean. His strength was only inferior to the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was someone who could make the Debussy subterranean tremble 3 times with just a stomp of his feet. Due to this reason, even Duan Lingtian had to stop joking around when he faced Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn. However, when he saw one of the 4 people following behind Meng Qing, he could not help but be stunned. Senior brother Guli. Why is he here as well? Moreover, he even came with Lord Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that although the surrounding area was vast, he could not see anyone else. At that time, he had already guessed it must be to prevent others from coming close. If that was not the case, many people would have come to watch the show. Initially, he thought he would not be able to see Gu Li. However, he did not expect Gu Li would come with mansion master Meng Qing. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the instant Duan Ling Tian noticed Gu Li's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior brother Gu Li, why are you here? Moreover, you even came with the mansion master. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission, slightly surprised. Gu Li replied through voice transmission, speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Me? Duan Ling Tian was confused. It's precisely because of your deduction that after I reported the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to my credit, Lord Mansion Master immediately agreed to my request to join in the fun on the day the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. See, I followed Lord Mansion Master here. I followed him, Gu Li replied through voice transmission. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Huh. Chapter 1764. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could guess the identity of the middle-aged man who was glaring at him with hostility. It was Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was also Zhao Ji's father. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to recognize him with just a glance was due to his 60 to 70% resemblance to Zhao Ji. It was difficult for him not to recognize him. After guessing the other party's identity, Duan Ling Tian did not find it strange that Zhao Deng was glaring at him with hostility. He and Zhao Ji were already like fire and water. It was only normal for Zhao Deng to be displeased with him. As for the other two middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian could guess their identities as well. They must be the other two vice mansion masters of external affairs other than Zhao Deng. There were a total of 9 vice mansion masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Other than the 4 vice mansion masters who were the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, there were another 5 vice mansion masters who were in charge of the Mystical Sky Mansion's external affairs. They were usually stationed outside and would only return to the Mystical Sky Mansion to rest and guard the main mansion when they were on duty. Zhao Deng was one of them. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, with Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, in the lead, everyone bowed at Mansion Master Meng Qing one after another. Some of the saint's stage disciples, in particular, were so excited that they could not stop trembling when they found out the middle-aged man before them was the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was extremely calm even though this was his first time meeting Mansion Master Meng Qing. Yes. Meng Qing nodded his head nonchalantly when faced with everyone's greetings. Then, he shifted his gaze to Zhu Luqi. To be more precise, he was looking at Zhu Luqi and the people from Heaven Palace. Who's Ling Tian? Meng Qing asked after a while. The moment he opened his mouth, he was looking for Duan Ling Tian. At once, many pairs of eyes could not help but shift to Duan Ling Tian as though they were telling Meng Qing who he was. This is the Ling Tian you're looking for. Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and nodded at Meng Qing as a form of greeting. Previously, he had addressed Zhu Luqi as Hall Master. Now, he addressed Meng Qing as Manor Head. This was a habit that he had developed at some point in time. In his heart, the people that appeared before him were all people that he would surpass one by one. When facing these people, it was truly difficult for him to respectfully address them as Lord, like the others. How dare you! All of a sudden, Zhao Deng who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian shouted furiously. His sharp gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. If his gaze could turn into a blade, he would have cut Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Ling Tian, how dare you address the Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master when you see him? Don't tell me you don't know any etiquette. It was not easy for Zhao Deng to find an opportunity to openly make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he would not let it go. Or are you saying that you, Ling Tian, have no respect for the Mansion Master at all? Whoosh! The moment Zhao Dang's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Many people felt Zhao Dang was nitpicking. However, there were also many people who felt Zhao Dang's words made sense. It was inappropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Duan Lingtian as Mansion Master. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Dang is Zhao Ji's father. Usually, it's not appropriate for him to lower himself to make things difficult for Ling Tian. However, now that he's seized this opportunity, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. This should be considered as using his position to avenge a personal grudge, right? Not really. After all, it's indeed inappropriate for Ling Tian to address Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master. That's right. Lord Mansion Master is the leader of our mystical sky mansion. It's indeed a little disrespectful for Ling Tian to address him as Mansion Master. Regardless of the whispers in the surroundings, there were even more people who looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. This was because Zhao Dang's words were perfectly justified. Nobody could refute it since it would be considered as disrespectful to the Lord Mansion Master. This fellow. Junior brother Ling Tian. Wang Fei Xian and Wang Pai broke out in cold sweat on Duan Lingtian's behalf. This was because Duan Lingtian was currently in a dire situation. Due to Zhao Dang's actions, to a certain extent, he had the moral high ground. Coupled with the fact that he had struck first in front of the Lord Mansion Master, it was extremely disadvantageous to Duan Lingtian. Lord Mansion Master, Junior brother Ling Tian is definitely not like what Vice Mansion Master Zhao said. Gu Li was also anxious at this moment. He quickly tried to defend Duan Lingtian. Humph. Before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, could even speak, Zhao Dang had already snorted coldly. Gu Li, I know you're close to Ling Tian, but you've crossed the line by defending him at this moment. Don't tell me you're the one who taught him to be disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master. Zhao Dang's words even dragged Gu Li into this matter. It was truly vicious. You. Gu Li was so infuriated that his expression turned grave. His eyes gleamed fiercely. What a great disrespect to the Mansion Master. What a big accusation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. He looked at Zhao Dang with a mocking smile on his face as he said unhurriedly, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, right? I'd like to ask you, which rule in the Mystical Sky Mansion states that one must address the Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master instead of addressing him as Mansion Master? Humph. Even if there's no such rule, it's only right to address Lord Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master. That's basic courtesy. You're disrespecting Lord Mansion Master by addressing him as Mansion Master directly. Zhao Dang snorted coldly again as he said in an overbearing manner. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, since you keep saying I don't respect the Mansion Master, I'll let you know that I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian laughed out loud before he continued to speak in a carefree manner. Silence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only Duan Lingtian's laughter could be heard. Apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, everyone, including Zhao Dang, was stunned. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly say such a thing. Meng Qing looked at Duan Lingtian quietly. His expression did not change at all. No one knew what was on his mind. What is he trying to do? Wang Fei Xian was so worried that she was flustered. When she regained her senses, horror dawned on her face. She was so anxious that her heart almost stopped beating. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li's face was pale as well. He did not expect his junior brother Ling Tian to be so valiant. He actually dared to say something like, I really don't respect the Mansion Master. Wasn't this the same as asking for a gun? In his opinion, such an action was no different from suicide. Even the palace masters of the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces and the vice palace masters behind them could not help but frown. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say something so disrespectful. Duan Lingtian did not seem like a reckless person. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. At this moment, Zhao Deng finally regained his senses. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would refute him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to cooperate with him. It was as though Duan Lingtian was afraid he would not die quickly enough. Lingtian, you're disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master. You're no longer qualified to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Duan Lingtian with an indignant expression on his face. It was as though he had done something righteous. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide whether I'm qualified to stay in the mystical sky mansion or not, right? Moreover, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to say that I'm disrespectful. Don't you think you're being too presumptuous? Duan Lingtian interrupted Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face. You even dare to say that you don't respect Lord Mansion Master. Don't tell me you think you'll be able to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng sneered. I've already said that I haven't finished speaking. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently before he looked at Meng Qing, the person in question, and said confidently, it's true that I don't take the Mansion Master seriously, but I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provided such important information to Lord Mansion Master. Don't you think so, Mansion Master? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Meng Qing with a smile on his face. You're twisting words. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. Although he knew he had managed to get past Duan Lingtian, he was still a little unwilling. Alright, that's enough. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Mansion Master really did personally stop this farce and said, it's just a title. Some people keep calling me Lord, but they don't seem to respect me at all. Some people don't call me that, but they treat me as a big deal more than others. Based on Meng Qing's words, it was obvious he agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, it was as though he had given Zhao Deng a tight slap. Damn it! Originally, Zhao Ji thought his father would be able to expel Duan Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion by making things difficult for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. He knew very well how important this matter was to the mystical sky mansion. It was definitely a great merit. With this great merit, Lord Mansion Master would definitely not allow his father to expel Lingtian. However, although he knew this, he was still unwilling to accept this. Information? What's that? I'm not sure. However, it must be some important information. I don't know what it is exactly. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the 7 Vice Mansion Masters, only Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhao Ji knew what was going on. The others, on the other hand, did not know anything. They could not figure out what the information Duan Lingtian was talking about. No matter what, the farce ended peacefully. Even most of the people present on the scene found it unbelievable. However, this was how it ended. At the same time, the people who were worried for Duan Lingtian sighed in relief one after another. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, along with a series of noises that resonated abruptly, the clouds above everyone's head began to disperse, revealing a vacuum. And in this vacuum area, a small vortex appeared. As the noises grew louder, the tiny whirlpool grew bigger as well. Chapter 1765. It's open. It's the entrance to the St. Martial Secret Zone. The St. Martial Secret Zone has opened. When the gigantic whirlpool appeared in the sky and the suction force swept down, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian to the whirlpool in the sky. To be more precise, their attention was shifted to the entrance of the St. Martial Secret Zone. This is the entrance to the St. Martial Secret Zone M. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the whirlpool in the sky. The suction force that extended from it seemed as though it was going to suck him in. However, although the suction force was not weak, it could not suck him in without his permission. It was the same for the others as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the St. Martial's secret zone, so I won't explain it to you. I only hope all of you will be able to gain something in the St. Martial's secret zone. In the St. Martial's secret zone, death is not real death. However, once you die, you'll be sent out of the St. Martial's secret zone. Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, said calmly, for this reason, if it's possible, I hope all of you will cherish your lives in the St. Martial's secret zone. You'll only be able to obtain more things if you stay alive. The divine ability relics inside have their corresponding tests. The higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the more difficult the corresponding test will be. Since the St. Martial's secret zone only allows those below the age of 40 to enter, all of you will have to depend on yourselves. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was the first to turn around and look at the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. In a while, when all of you are sucked in, you'll feel as though your divine consciousness is being sucked away. Don't panic, that's because the St. Martial's secret zone is projecting your clones that will be wandering inside. It's precisely because of the St. Martial's secret zones projecting your clones that you won't really die even if you die inside. Of course, if your clones die, your divine consciousness will return to your original body and you'll be kicked out of the St. Martial's secret zone. Just like what Lord Mansion Master said earlier, if you want to gain something, you'll have to cherish your lives inside even if it's just your clones. Alright, all of you can go in now. Relax your bodies. The St. Martial's secret realm will send you in one by one. As Zhu Luqi's words left his mouth, many of the Heavenly Hall's disciples relaxed their bodies. The moment they relaxed their bodies began to rise until they disappeared into the huge vortex in the sky. It was as if they had been swallowed by a giant beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Of course, not all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples entered. Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, Lu Jian, and Zhao Ji hadn't gone in yet. What are you doing? Seeing this, Zhu Luqi couldn't help but frown. Humph. Zhao Ji glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. He then relaxed his body and entered the St. Martial's secret zone. I heard that after entering the St. Martial's secret zone, everyone will be sent to unknown places. For this reason, before the three of us meet up, try not to have any conflicts with the others. Even if there's any clues about the divine ability relic, don't explore it alone. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian as a reminder. Since he had already decided to work together with the two of them, he naturally didn't want the two of them to meet with misfortune and be eliminated before they met up with him. Alright. Wang Fei Xian replied. Yes. Lu Jian quickly replied as well. Then, the three of them relaxed their bodies and allowed the vortex at the entrance of the St. Martial's secret zone that looked like a giant beast's mouth to swallow them. After being swallowed, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken. His divine consciousness trembled as it was pulled out of his body by a mysterious force. It shot toward an unknown place at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian sensed the clone that was exactly the same as his main body. He did not notice anything amiss at all. If it was not for the fact that the spatial ring on his hand was no longer there, he would not have been able to tell if this was his main body or his clone. Everything was so natural. He did not feel anything was wrong at all. Before entering the St. Martial's secret zone, Duan Lingtian already knew some of the things that would happen after entering the St. Martial's secret zone. This included his clone being projected and the fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone. The fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone meant that he could not rely on any external forces in the St. Martial's secret zone other than his own strength and techniques. Naturally, if he obtained any saint weapons or Dao talismans in the Saint Martial's secret zone, he could use them. As for the substantial benefits he obtained in the Saint Martial's secret zone, such as saint weapons and Dao talismans, they would appear next to his main body when he wanted to leave the Saint Martial's secret zone. The moment he returned to his main body, those items would also leave the Saint Martial's secret zone with his main body. Naturally, if he died in the Saint Martial's secret zone, no matter how he died, he would not be able to bring out the substantial benefits he obtained. If one wanted to leave the Saint Martial's secret zone, there were two other methods other than dying. One of them was to stand still on the spot and try to communicate with the Saint Martial's secret zone with his divine consciousness so that the Saint Martial's secret zone would send him out. The other method was to stay in the Saint Martial's secret zone for 3 months. At that time, no matter where he was in the Saint Martial's secret zone, he would be forcefully sent out by the Saint Martial's secret zone. This is the Saint Martial's secret zone. After looking around, Duan Lingtian realized he was in a forest. All he could see were towering trees. Under the towering trees, there were dense shrubs. Occasionally, there would be some strange noises coming from behind the shrubs as though it was warning him of the danger in this place. Roar! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a roar, a swift black shadow pounced out from the bushes and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the red eyes of the black figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a ferocious black wolf. Naturally, it was not an ordinary black wolf. Based on Duan Lingtian's judgment, the black wolf's speed was comparable to an early pristine saint stage powerhouse. Based on its appearance, it was obvious it was a savage beast. Naturally, a savage beast at this level would not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make any movements. With just a thought, the true origin that surged out of his body transformed into more than 10 golden sword rays that soared across the sky and left fatal bloody holes on the black wolf's body. Bang! The black wolf's body fell to the ground, causing dust to fill the air. Roar! Roar! As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the black wolf, a series of howls reverberated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions. After a while, black figures leaped out from the shrubs around Duan Lingtian. They were savage beasts that looked similar to the black wolf that was lying on the ground. A pack of wolves. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect the death of the black wolf would attract a pack of wolves. Moreover, the wolves in the pack were all at the pristine saint stage. The weakest one was at the early pristine saint stage while some were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, there was no difference between the early pristine saint stage and the intermediate pristine saint stage. As the sun true origin in his body surged out, rays of golden sword rays swept across the sky. The black wolves fell one by one, and their blood flowed like a river. The death of these black wolves did not scare the rest of the black wolves away. Instead, it stimulated the bloodlust in their bones, causing them to become even crazier as they charged toward Duan Lingtian one after another. However, no matter how crazed they were, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. In the end, even the Wolf King appeared. It was a black wolf that had a lot of golden fur on its body. Its size was 3 times bigger than an ordinary black wolf, and its cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, so what if it was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? With Duan Lingtian's current strength that was even stronger than an early eminent saint stage existence, killing a wild beast at the peak of the pristine saint stage was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Whoosh! With the death of the Wolf King, the battle had finally come to an end. Are these real savage beasts or are they illusory savage beasts in the illusory formation? This was something that even Duan Lingtian was not certain about. This was because he felt that everything that he came into contact with earlier did not seem fake at all. As for his clone, he did not think that it was fake. This was the reason why he had such doubts. Let's look around and see if I can meet them. When Duan Lingtian thought of Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian, he soared up into the air and flew above the forest. He found a direction and moved forward rapidly. Along the way, there were many bird-type savage beasts that attacked him. However, all of them died in his hands in the end. The weakest bird-type savage beasts were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. They were not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. I wonder where the rest of them are. When he finally left the forest, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a boundless grassland. A wry smile appeared on his face immediately. How big was this Saint Martial secret zone? While the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were wandering around the Saint Martial secret zone, the 30 Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces had also entered the Saint Martial secret zone one after another at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. At this moment, only the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were left outside. Zhao Deng, I heard there seems to be quite a conflict between your son and Ling Tian. If they meet inside, I'm afraid your son will be in big trouble. Qian Ping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Zhao Deng and chuckled. Although they were both vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, Qian Ping Sheng was from the same generation as Zhao Deng's father. For this reason, he usually treated Zhao Deng as though he was facing a junior. Upon hearing Qian Ping Sheng's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 1766. Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples could only enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone once in their lifetime. This was because the interval between the second opening of the Saint Martial secret zone was extremely long. It was impossible for a Saint Stage disciple below the age of 40 to enter it more than twice. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng really hoped his son would be able to find a high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone and memorize the divine ability contained in it so that he could comprehend it when he broke through to the divine Saint Stage. In that case, his son would be able to rise rapidly. It would not be impossible for him to become the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he heard Qian Ping Sheng's words, he began to worry. Based on the conflict between Ling Tian and his son, if they bumped into each other in the Saint Martial secret zone, Ling Tian would definitely not show mercy. He might even kill his son directly. If his son was killed in the Saint Martial secret zone, although he would not really die, he would be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone and lose the chance to comprehend the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. This was something he did not want to see. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave as he said through gritted teeth, "If he dares to affect my son's comprehension of the divine ability relic because of a personal grudge, my Zhao clan will definitely not let him go." At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have lost his mind. It was as though he had completely forgotten that the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was right next to him. Humph. As expected, Meng Qing snorted coldly as soon as he heard Zhao Deng's words. His sharp gaze instantly landed on Zhao Deng. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, don't forget the rule our Mystical Sky Mansion set for the Saint Martial secret zone. It's allowed to kill each other in the Saint Martial secret zone since nobody knows what's going on inside. After all, nobody could be certain if there was a third person present when 2 people met in the Saint Martial secret zone. Under such circumstances, even if one was not eliminated by one's fellow disciple, one could still slander one's fellow disciple after being kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Although the person who was slandered could swear on the lightning penalty oath in the end to prove his innocence, that was undoubtedly an extremely insulting thing to do. Even if the person who slandered his fellow disciple had to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not let the person who was slandered swear on the lightning penalty oath, it would still be an insult to the latter. Moreover, even if one was killed in the Saint Martial secret zone, one would not really die. For this reason, whether it was the Mystical Sky Mansion or the other quasi-third-rate forces, they all tacitly agreed that their fellow disciples would kill each other in the Saint Martial secret zone. Those who were kicked out could only say that their skills were not up to par. Those who were kicked out were usually weaklings. Such people would have a slim chance of breaking through to the divine saint stage and comprehending the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. Lord Manor Lord, I misspoke. Hearing Meng Qing's stern words, Zhao Deng immediately reacted. At the same time, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Even if that unfilial son of mine is really killed by Ling Tian and is eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone, it can only be attributed to his incompetence. My Zhao clan will definitely not hold a grudge against him and make a move against him. Zhao Deng immediately changed his stance. I hope you'll keep your word. Meng Qing glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently, causing the latter to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye to the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene. For this reason, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed as they waited for the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the Saint Martial secret zone one by one. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, no mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone. Lord Mansion Lord. At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. After a few moments, an aged figure appeared. It was none other than one of the mystical Sky Mansion's elders. This mystical Sky Mansion's elder was the one who was patrolling the main mansion recently. Since he had appeared here to look for the Mansion Lord, he must have something important to tell him. For this reason, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, opened their eyes one after another. Their gazes landed on the mystical Sky Mansion's elder, causing him to feel uneasy. Although he was a mystical Sky Mansion's elder, apart from Gu Li, the person with the lowest status among the group of people before him was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of these people, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Mansion Lord, someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion is here. Faced with the attention of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the mystical Sky Mansion's elder immediately looked at Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and reported respectfully. Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Meng Qing was not the only one who raised an eyebrow. Even the others could not help but narrow their eyes. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the mystical Sky Mansion. Perhaps, in the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength was not much weaker than the mystical Sky Mansion's strength. However, the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion today was completely above the mystical Sky Mansion. Not only that, but it was also comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market. All of this was because the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master with monstrous strength. Under the leadership of the new Mansion Master, the Azure Cloud Mansion had been rising steadily until today. It had even reached a point where it was comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market. Ever since the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion appeared, nobody from the Azure Cloud Mansion had taken the initiative to visit the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, found it strange. Why did the Azure Cloud Mansion send someone here all of a sudden? Moreover, it was at this moment. Who's the person who came? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report. It's Ku Mi. When the mystical Sky Mansion's elder mentioned Ku Mi's name, his voice trembled slightly. Ku Mi. Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, other than Meng Qiu who only frowned slightly, horror dawned on the others. Ku Mi was a notorious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Together with another powerful person in the Azure Cloud Mansion, they were known as the Azure Profound Duo. They were the right-hand men of the current Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In terms of strength, Ku Mi and the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Rong Yuan, were not inferior to the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Since Ku Mi had personally come to the mystical Sky Mansion, it was definitely not a simple visit. There must be something important. Meng Qing and the others could guess this as well. Go and invite him here. Meng Qing looked at the mystical sky mansion's elder who came forward to report and ordered. If it was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who came personally, Meng Qing would have to personally welcome him. However, the person who came was Kumi. He was not qualified for him, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, to personally welcome him. Yes. The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder responded and left. After he left, apart from Meng Qing and Gu Li, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters on the scene could not help but discuss among themselves. Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is a ruthless person. Why did he come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Kumi and Rong Yuan's positions are equivalent to the two great guardians of our Mystical Sky Mansion. There must be something important for him to personally come to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Our Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion don't usually have any interactions. I wonder why he came here. Amidst the discussion, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters had a hint of dread in their eyes. Even the strongest among them, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was filled with dread when he mentioned Kumi. Although he was from the same era as Kumi, he could not help but shudder when he heard about Kumi's ferocious name. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, most likely, only Mansion Master Meng Qing was capable of defeating Kumi in a one-on-one battle. Soon after, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder returned. Following him was a skinny old man who was completely covered in a black robe. Wherever the black-robed old man passed by, the air seemed to have turned colder. Apart from Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, the others could only feel chills running down their spines when they saw the black-robed old man. This was because the pressure the black-robed old man gave them was too great. It was so great that they could not bear it. Greetings, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man cupped his hands slightly at Meng Qing and nodded indifferently as a form of greeting. Elder Ku, it seems like your strength has improved a lot since the last time we met. Meng Qing exclaimed as he looked at the black-robed old man with a gleam in his eyes. Mansion Master Meng, please don't tease this old man. Even if I've improved in these few years, I'm still not a match for you, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man was Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As he stood there, he emitted an oppressive aura. Meng Qing was the only one who could ignore this aura. May I know the purpose of your visit, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked with a smile. He did not take Kumi seriously if he was alone. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion behind Kumi was something he did not dare to offend even if he had a powerful force like the Mystical Sky Mansion under his command. For this reason, he was polite and did not dare to be negligent when he spoke to Kumi. Mansion Master Meng, I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The reason I'm here is to meet the new disciple your Mystical Sky Mansion has recently recruited. Kumi did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. New disciple. The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, Meng Qing and the others were stunned. After a while, a figure appeared in their minds simultaneously. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in the eyes of Meng Qing and the others, the owner of the figure was Lingtian. Elder Ku, are you here for Lingtian? Meng Qing asked bluntly. Yes. Kumi nodded. May I know the purpose of your visit for Lingtian, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked again. Chapter 1767. Mansion Master Meng and everyone present here. If I'm not mistaken, all of you must think I'm trying to poach your Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, right? The moment Kumi opened his mouth, one could see he was a straightforward person who did not like to hide anything. Isn't that the case? This time, before Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion could speak, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had already spoken first with a mocking expression on his face. In fact, Ling Tian was a member of the Heaven Palace. If they wanted to poach his disciple, they would have to ask him, the palace master of Heaven Palace, for permission. That's not it. Faced with Zhu Luqi's vigilance, Kumi shook his head. Then, under the stunned gazes of Meng Qing and the others, he said nonchalantly, I came here this time just to meet that genius in your mystical sky mansion. I don't ask for anything else. As long as I meet him, I'll definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. Kumi, with your lofty position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, we should believe your words. However, since this concerns Ling Tian, we have to be cautious. You keep saying you only want to meet Ling Tian, but how would we know if you're secretly trying to recruit Ling Tian to your Azure Cloud Mansion through voice transmission? Zhu Luqi was not courteous at all when he spoke. At this moment, there was no need for him to be courteous. When Kumi heard Zhu Luqi's words, he snorted coldly. At once, the temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. I, Kumi, am an upright person. I won't stoop so low to do such a thing. Elder Ku, please don't be angry. Palace Master Zhu didn't mean it. After all, he doesn't know you very well. Meng Qing stepped forward in time to smooth things over. Although he was not afraid of Kumi, he had to be wary of the colossus behind Kumi, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Ku, you're a guest from afar. By right, I should receive you properly. However, I can't leave for the time being. I'm sure you know that since 3 days ago, the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone will open in the next 3 months. According to tradition, we'll have to guard this place. Meng Qing added. It's fine. I only need to wait for that Ling Tian to come out and take a look at him before returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was obvious that he planned to stay here with Meng Qing and the others. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Meng Qing. Meng Qing replied through voice transmission, I'm sure you've heard a little about Ling Tian. He has a master in the upper province, and he won't be able to stay in the lower province for long. Even if he decides to join the Azure Cloud Mansion, it won't be a huge loss to us. In fact, we even formed a good relationship with him. That little fellow is a righteous and affectionate person. Meng Qing had specially sent someone to verify the matter regarding Ling Tian. At the same time, he also found out about Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He found out that the news Ren Fei told him was personally told by Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also found out that Duan Ling Tian wanted to work together with Ren Fei in the St. Martial secret zone in order to help Li Feng return the favor. Unfortunately, Ren Fei did not live up to expectations and did not manage to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. He missed a good opportunity to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Upon hearing Meng Qing's voice transmission, Zhu Luqi fell silent and did not say anything else. Just like that, another person was waiting for the 30 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial secret zone. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that one of his father's capable subordinates, Kumi, had already come to the mystical Sky Mansion and was waiting for him to come out with Mansion Master Meng Qing and the others. 3 days have passed, and I've only met a few people. Moreover, they're not from the Heaven Palace. After wandering in the St. Martial secret zone for 3 days, many wild beasts had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. He had also obtained some gains. However, he did not care for those gains. He found them cumbersome, so he did not bring them with him. This was because he was currently a clone. Not only did he not have his spatial ring with him, but he also did not have his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with him. Due to this reason, no matter what he obtained, he had to personally carry it. It was extremely inconvenient. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a figure flying across the sky in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he met up with another person in the distance. After the two of them met up, they seemed to be talking about something. Then, the latter quickly followed the former in the direction the former came from. Due to the distance, they did not notice Duan Ling Tian at all. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to see them clearly was, naturally, because he had activated his strange pupil. Activating his strange pupil to look into the distance would not cause too much of a burden to his spiritual energy as long as he did not spend too much time doing it. That person seems to have discovered something. Duan Lingtian could tell something was amiss. Driven by his curiosity, he followed the two of them from afar, wanting to see where they were going. In the beginning, it was still normal for him to follow them. However, after he had followed them for a distance, a gigantic bird-type wild beast shot out from the clouds with a loud cry. Its target was Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who had activated his divine eye, discovered it was a bird-type wild beast at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. With just a wave of his hand, he killed it. I've been discovered. When Duan Lingtian killed the bird-type wild beast, he also noticed the two people in front of him had turned around and were rapidly approaching him. Naturally, the two of them only reacted when the bird-type wild beast appeared. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was exposed in front of the two of them. Lingtian. When the two of them saw Duan Lingtian, their eyes narrowed immediately. Initially, they thought they would meet someone they could work with. It did not cross their mind that they would meet this monster instead. In terms of partners, none of the people who entered the St. Martial's secret zone with them could be compared to this person in front of them. However, with this person's strength, there was no need for him to work with them at all. Did the two of you discover something? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked with narrowed eyes when he saw the two of them approaching. And no. When the two of them heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions turned unnatural. However, they still denied it in unison. What a joke! If Lingtian found out that they had discovered something, would they still have a share in it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the two of them's responses. However, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, I'll send the two of you out of here." Initially, when the two of them saw Duan Lingtian smiling, they thought the matter had come to an end. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, they heard Duan Lingtian's words again. Their faces turned green immediately. Send them out. They knew very well what Duan Lingtian meant. He was planning to kill them and send them out of the St. Martial secret zone. Once they were sent out of the St. Martial secret zone, it would mean that they would no longer be able to obtain the good things in the St. Martial secret zone. This was especially true for the divine ability relics. They would no longer have anything to do with them. Lingtian, we remembered wrongly just now. We did discover something. Soon after, the two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After reaching a tacit understanding, one of them quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and tried to salvage the situation. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. It's a very strange place. There seems to be more than one formation in there. I suspect there's a divine ability relic in there, the person replied. There's a possibility. Divine ability relic? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the two of them indifferently. Lead the way. Yes, yes. Although Duan Lingtian spoke to them calmly, they still felt pressured in their hearts. This fellow in front of them was not a kind person. This could be seen from how he had slapped Xiao Ji twice in public not long ago. Who was Xiao Ji? He was Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only son. He was Guardian Zhao's grandson. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Ji was definitely the strongest person among the second generation. However, such a person was slapped twice by Lingtian in public. Based on this, one could see how ruthless Lingtian was. Faced with such a ruthless person, they had no choice but to accept it. Due to this reason, the two of them did not dare to play any tricks as they continued to lead the way. They knew if they dared to play any tricks, they might be killed and kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone in the next moment. This was not something they wanted to see. Tell me what you all know in detail. Duan Lingtian asked indifferently along the way. I'm the only one who has been to that place for now. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to attack together instinctively. If it wasn't for the fact that I managed to escape in time, I would have died there. The person who spoke earlier continued to say, after I escaped, I started to look around to see if there's anyone I can work with. Then, I met Peng Xian. Peng Xin is also a mystical palace's disciple like me. Our cultivation bases are on par with each other. For this reason, when I saw him, I immediately explained the situation to him and convinced him to work with me. As he spoke, he looked at the other young man next to him and introduced himself to Duan Ling Tian. I'm Hu Rui, and I'm also a mystical palace's disciple. Isn't that Zhao Ji? At this moment, Peng Xin's gaze landed in the distance. After being stunned for a moment, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At the same time, he instinctively retracted his gaze and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby. He thought to himself, don't tell me this Ling Tian killed Zhao Ji. The moment he thought of this, he felt chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji. As soon as Peng Xin's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian followed his gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he saw Zhao Ji, who was flying past in the distance. When he looked over, Zhao Ji happened to notice him as well. Horror dawned on him immediately. Damn it! Why did I encounter him? When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, he did not have time to think about anything. The first thought that came to his mind was to run. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? The St. Martial's secret zone is so big, and I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already encountered this fellow. Chapter 1768. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji, he could not help but sigh inwardly at how small the world was. In the 3 days since he entered the St. Martial's secret zone, he had not met more than 10 people. However, it just so happened that Zhao Ji was among these 10 people. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that he and Zhao Ji were fated to meet. Otherwise, how could he have met Zhao Ji so quickly in this vast and boundless St. Martial's secret zone? Trying to run. Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses when he saw Zhao Ji fleeing as though his life depended on it. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a playful gleam could be seen in his eyes. One must admit that Zhao Ji was very fast. How could he not be fast? No matter what, Zhao Ji was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Ji's silhouette had already disappeared from Hu Rui and Peng Xin's sight. However, Zhao Ji's silhouette was particularly clear in the sight of Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil. He was getting further and further away. Wait for me here. If you dare to run, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Rui and Peng Xin indifferently before he moved and disappeared from their sight in just a blink of an eye. He chased after Zhao Ji at an even faster speed. In just a few moments, Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from Hu Rui and Peng Xin's sight. Are we running or not? Both of them looked at each other and asked through voice transmission in unison. Then, both of them reached a tacit agreement and swiftly moved in another direction. We can't go in the same direction. We must go in another direction and return after a few days. Otherwise, that Ling Tian will definitely catch up to us. Since he's chasing after Zhao Ji, we'll have enough time to avoid him if we go in a different direction. They did not stand there foolishly and wait for Duan Ling Tian to return. They were not stupid. If Duan Ling Tian returned, would they still have a share in the place where the divine ability relic was hidden? On the other side, Zhao Ji's back was becoming clearer and clearer in Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. This also meant that he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Ji. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was chasing after Zhao Ji at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, now that he had left Hu Rui and Peng Xin's line of sight, he no longer held back. He unleashed all of his Sun True Origin as he charged forward at an even faster speed. His current speed was comparable to an early Eminent Saint stage martial cultivator. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel or a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had passed Zhao Ji and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Shua! When he saw a figure appear in front of him, Zhao Ji's expression changed. When he finally managed to stop himself and saw the person blocking his way, his face turned completely green. Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Great young Master Zhao, we meet again. Unlike Zhao Ji who was panting, Duan Ling Tian acted as though nothing had happened. He looked at Zhao Ji with a calm expression as he said calmly. When he spoke, he slowly took a step forward and gradually closed in on Zhao Ji. With every step he took, Zhao Ji would be so frightened that he would take a step back. However, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression. If you dare to touch me, my Zhao clan won't let you get away with it when we get out of here. It was apparent Zhao Ji had also realized the danger he was facing. He began to threaten Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not think about it. If Duan Ling Tian was afraid of the Zhao clan, would he have slapped him twice in public? His actions that day were enough to prove Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of the Zhao clan at all. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian appeared before Zhao Ji like a ghost and gave him a resounding slap. Half of Zhao Ji's face swelled up. Although it's just a clone, it doesn't feel any different from the main body. That slap felt so good. When Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Duan Ling Tian looked at the palm of the hand that slapped Zhao Ji and blew on it before he said in a slightly intoxicated manner, "You're right." "You." Zhao Ji's expression darkened. He still wanted to say something. Slap. Another slap. Just like the previous time, Zhao Ji's face swelled up like a pig's head. Great young Master Zhao, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile as he spoke unhurriedly. However, in Zhao Ji's eyes, his smile was no different from the devil's. Ling Tian, you better think this through. However, this time, Zhao Ji did not keep his mouth shut. Instead, he warned in a deep voice, the situation this time is completely different from the previous time. If you dare to touch me here and kick me out of the St. Martial secret zone, our Zhao clan will lose the opportunity to obtain a high-grade divine ability. At that time, you and our Zhao clan will have an irreconcilable enmity. The sect leader already knows about this, so it's impossible for him to accept you as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. Without the sect leader's protection, even if you have a good relationship with Gu Li, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of our Zhao clan. If you let me go today, we'll forget about the matter of you slapping me twice and the previous incident. Our Zhao clan will no longer make things difficult for you and will no longer do anything to you. In order to survive in the St. Martial secret zone, Zhao Ji chose to be tough first before being soft. As for the words he said after that, naturally, he was just trying to fool Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would not make a move on him. If Duan Ling Tian made a move on him, he would definitely die. Even if it was just a clone in the St. Martial secret zone and he would not really die, he would still be kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone and would not be able to search for a high-grade divine ability relic. That sounds good. After listening to Zhao Ji's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian seem to be moved, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Ling Tian, I believe you're a smart person. You know it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. If you let me go today, I, Zhao Ji, am willing to be your friend. My Zhao clan will also be your friend. Be friends with you. Be friends with the Zhao clan." Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile. Yes. Zhao Ji smiled as well. He thought Duan Lingtian was only acting this way because he was happy. However, in his heart, he swore, "Ling Tian, I'll let you be happy for now. Once we're out of here, my Zhao clan will spare no expense to kill you." "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Instantly, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished and was replaced by a face that seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, could he escape? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the Sun True Origin surged out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a golden light sword that shot toward Zhao Ji, who had turned around. Facing Duan Lingtian, Zhao Ji did not have any intention of fighting. Moreover, his back was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian only needed one strike to kill Zhao Ji. The golden sword ray flashed and cut Zhao Ji's body into two. The bloody scene did not appear. At the instant Zhao Ji's body was cut into two, the two halves of his body disappeared into thin air as though they had never appeared in this world. It was only a clone after all. Naturally, there would not be a bloody scene. He's already eliminated after only 3 days in here. I'm afraid Zhao Ji is the strongest person among the 30 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. After killing Zhao Ji, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness that was destroyed also returned to his body. As soon as it returned to his body was shrouded by a powerful force and was directly pushed out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the gigantic whirlpool. It was also the exit of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Whether it was entering or exiting, one would have to pass through it. At this moment, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was waiting here. Apart from the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, there was also a sturdy young man and a black-robed old man. The former was none other than Guli. The latter was none other than Kumi. At this moment, the group of people was sitting cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, as though they had sensed something, the group of people opened their eyes one after another and looked at the gigantic whirlpool above their heads. It's only been 3 days, and someone's already eliminated. Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, frowned slightly. At this moment, the 4 palace masters looked at each other and prayed in their hearts that it was not a disciple from their respective palaces. After all, to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone in just 3 days was undoubtedly a very humiliating matter. Whichever palace had such a disciple, that palace would also be humiliated. Swoosh! 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 No matter what the 4 palace masters were thinking, as the whirlpool spun rapidly, a figure finally appeared before their eyes. When the figure completely appeared, everyone, apart from Kumi, was stunned. After a while, Zhao Dang, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was the first to regain his senses. The instant he regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he cried out, her? It did not cross Zhao Dang's mind that in just 3 days, the first person to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone was actually his son. It's Zhao Ji. How's this possible? Not only is Zhao Ji a Heaven Palace's disciple, but his cultivation base is also at the intermediate refined saint stage. How did he come out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone so quickly? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, the fastest intermediate refined saint stage disciple to come out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone seemed to have lasted for 1.5 months. However, Zhao Ji came out in just 3 days. He's completely broken that record. I'm afraid Zhao Ji's name will go down in the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters whispered among themselves as they looked at Zhao Ji with a hint of pity. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's name would go down in history, but it would not be a good name. Chapter 1769. Why you? Zhao Dang was completely stunned as he looked at his son. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his son would be the first to be eliminated from the St. Martial's secret zone. Before Ling Tian entered the mystical Sky Mansion, his son was one of the strongest people among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. In terms of strength, he was more powerful than 90% of the people who entered this time. However, in just 3 days' time, his son was eliminated. On the other hand, Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave when he came out. His eyes were filled with rage. Ling Tian. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face when he heard Zhao Ji's roar. The thing he was most worried about had happened. His son had encountered Ling Tian in the St. Martial's secret zone and was eliminated. Old Qian, your big mouth. At this moment, many people looked at the Yellow Palace's palace master, Qian Pingsheng. They felt that Qian Pingsheng's mouth was too accurate. This was because Qian Pingsheng had previously told Zhao Deng what would happen if Zhao Ji encountered Ling Tian. Now, as expected, Zhao Ji had encountered Ling Tian. Moreover, he was most likely eliminated by Ling Tian. The space in the St. Martial's secret zone is so vast. In just 3 days, I'm afraid only a few people will encounter each other. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was coincidentally encountered by Ling Tian. Should I say that they're fated, or should I say that enemies often cross each other's path? The palace master of Earth Palace sighed. Isn't it obvious that enemies often cross each other's path? The palace master of Mystical Palace gloated. Only the palace master of Heaven Palace had a grave expression on his face. No matter what, Zhao Ji was still his Heaven Palace's disciple. However, when he recalled that Ling Tian was also his Heaven Palace's disciple, his expression softened a little. All that was left on his face was a wry smile. Could he blame Ling Tian? Of course not. Putting himself in Ling Tian's shoes, if he was in Ling Tian's shoes and encountered Zhao Ji, he would not have shown mercy either. Father, it was that Ling Tian who killed my clone and eliminated me. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. At the same time, Zhao Ji finally came back to his senses. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and said with gritted teeth. His tone was full of hatred, as if he would not be at ease until Duan Lingtian was dead. Hearing what Zhao Ji said, the expressions of the people present, with the exception of Meng Qing and Ku Mi, all changed. Although Meng Qing's expression did not change, his face darkened. Someone had threatened to slaughter a fellow disciple in front of him. Pa! At the same time that Meng Qing's expression darkened, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was Zhao Deng who had arrived before Zhao Ji and slapped him. Half of his face was swollen. Zhao Ji stared at his father before him, completely dumbfounded. Earlier, in the St. Martial secret zone, he had suffered 2 slaps from Ling Tian. Now that he had come out, he thought he would be comforted by his father. However, he did not expect to be slapped by his father instead. At this moment, Zhao Ji felt there was no meaning in living in this world anymore. Idiot! Lord Mansion Master is present, and yet, you dare to say such words. At this moment, Zhao Deng's voice transmission entered Zhao Ji's ears, causing him to regain his senses. When he regained his senses and looked at Mansion Master Meng Qing, he saw the latter's gaze was filled with coldness. It scared him so much that his face turned pale immediately. Bastard! At this moment, Zhao Deng began to curse at Zhao Ji. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you were eliminated by Ling Tian in the St. Martial's secret zone, you can only blame yourself for being inferior. Who else can you blame? If Zhao Ji still did not know his father was trying to help him, he would be so stupid that no medicine could cure him. Father, it's my fault. I was foolish. It's my fault for being inferior. Zhao Ji quickly chimed in. Although he knew Zhao Dang and his father were putting on an act, since both of them had already said so, it was not appropriate for Meng Qing to say anything even though he was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji, although you've been eliminated, you've still stayed in there for 3 days. How was it? Did you manage to comprehend a divine ability relic during these 3 days? Gu Li asked as he looked at Zhao Ji gloatingly. When Gu Li's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. It caused Zhao Ji's anger to soar, and it was about to erupt at any time. However, Zhao Ji also noticed that when Gu Li spoke, everyone, including his father, was looking at him as though they wanted to know if he had comprehended a divine ability relic or not. No. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth and shook his head. How could he have comprehended a divine ability relic in just 3 days? Moreover, he did not even see the shadow of a divine ability relic. That's really a pity. Gu Li let out a long sigh. It sounded as if he was truly feeling pity for Zhao Ji. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that the gloating expression in Gu Li's eyes had become even more intense. Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Kumi had been watching this farce from the sidelines. However, when he heard the name Ling Tian, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After all, the purpose of his trip was to look for that young man. To be more precise, he wanted to confirm if that young man was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Father. That Ling Tian has gone too far. I want him dead. I must kill him. Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Dang and roared through voice transmission. Don't worry. He destroyed your chance to comprehend a divine ability relic. To our Zhao clan, this is a great humiliation. It's also a blood feud. As long as our Zhao clan exists, we won't let him live in this world. When Zhao Dang replied through voice transmission, his tone was so cold that it sounded as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Dang's anger was no less than Zhao Ji's when his son was kicked out of the St. Martial secret zone. In fact, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple only had one chance to enter the St. Martial secret zone in their lifetime. Since Ling Tian had kicked his son out of the St. Martial secret zone, it meant his son's chance to comprehend a divine ability relic had been cut off. If it wasn't for that Ling Tian, my son would have been able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. As long as he memorizes the divine ability, he'll have a chance to master it when he breaks through to the divine saint stage in the future. However, everything has been destroyed by that Ling Tian. The moment Zhao Dang thought of this, the flame of hatred in the depth of his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside the St. Martial secret zone. Currently, he had returned to the place where he discovered Zhao Ji. However, he discovered the 2 mystical palaces' disciples were no longer there. They actually ran away. It seems like they didn't listen to me at all. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he muttered to himself. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear the bone-chilling coldness in his laughter. This way. Following that, Duan Ling Tian set off again. This time, he headed in the direction the 2 mystical palaces' disciples had led him to earlier. Duan Ling Tian's destination was the place the 2 mystical palaces' disciples had mentioned that seemed to contain a divine ability relic. While he was making his way there, Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil. Since that mystical palace's disciple was able to discover that place when he passed by, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find that place after I activate my strange pupil. He continued to speed up his journey, but he did not discover the 2 mystical palace's disciples at all. They're smart. They didn't take this route. As time passed, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Finally, after half a day, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil finally discovered a strange place. It was a vast stone forest. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought it was just an ordinary stone forest. However, when he used his strange pupil to take a closer look, he discovered it was a little blurry. That's right, it was a little blurry. Generally speaking, this was impossible. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with his strange pupil. He could see things that were further away, let alone the stone forest that was not far from his feet. There's something strange about this stone forest. Since he had discovered something strange about the stone forest, Duan Lingtian immediately barged in. When he approached the stone forest, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and sensed the fluctuation of a formation. The fluctuation was extremely weak. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's keen senses, he might not have discovered it. What a brilliant formation! Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing, he suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. In the next moment, when he saw light again, he discovered that everything in front of him had changed drastically. What entered his eyes was no longer the stone forest, but an empty space. Behind the empty space was a tower with a total of 6 floors. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed that 3 auras were rapidly taking form. After a while, 3 identical savage beasts appeared before him out of thin air. At first glance, these 3 savage beasts looked like leopards. However, upon closer inspection, they were not leopards. Looking at their faces, they were much more ferocious than leopards. In addition, each of them had a silver horn on their heads. Roar! Roar! The 3 savage beasts roared at almost the same time. In the next moment, they pounced. However, they did not pounce on Duan Lingtian. Instead, they pounced on Duan Lingtian, forming a triangle around Duan Lingtian. For now, I'm the only one who has been to that place. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful savage beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to combine their attacks instinctively. If I didn't escape quickly, I would have died there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the mystical palace's disciple. It seems like this is the place he was talking about. Indeed, there's more than one formation. Other than the illusory formation outside, there are many other formations here as well. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was certain this was the place he was looking for. Could the divine ability relic be in this tower? Chapter 1770. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for the Qidyan 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the tower, the 3 wild beasts that surrounded him in a triangular formation seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they suddenly charged toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian soon discovered that the attacks of the 3 wild beasts that seemed to be independent of each other seemed to be connected, giving off a feeling as though they were one. It felt as though they were using themselves as the foundation to form a combined attack formation. Faced with the attacks of the 3 wild beasts at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was facing an early refined saint stage wild beast. In fact, these were merely 3 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. What an amazing combined attack technique! Although Duan Lingtian was surprised, he did not stay idle. With just a flash of his body, he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 wild beasts. Even if the combined strength of the 3 wild beasts was comparable to an early refined saint stage wild beast, they were not much of a threat to Duan Lingtian. With his current strength, he could even defeat an ordinary early eminent saint stage wild beast. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian wanted to observe the profundity of the combined attack technique of the 3 wild beasts. However, he soon discovered that the profundity of the combined attack seemed to be ingrained in their bones. It could not be seen from the outside at all. For this reason, he immediately dismissed the idea of secretly learning from them. I'm not going to play with all of you anymore. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the sun true origin on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the surface of his body. Whoosh! 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 Under the rain of swords that filled the sky, the three wild beasts were quickly pierced into a beehive. Unlike the savage beasts that Duan Lingtian had encountered outside, these three savage beasts did not bleed at all after being shot into a beehive. Instead, they disappeared into thin air as if they had never existed. The moment Duan Lingtian killed the three savage beasts, the tower in the distance shook. Then, the only door in the entire tower, which was the stone door on the ground floor, gradually opened, letting out a dull sound. "Let's go in and have a look." With just a thought, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot into the tower. More precisely, he had entered the first floor of the tower. After entering, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred. What came into view was an empty floor. Behind the floor was a flight of stairs that led to the second floor of the tower. Of course, saying that this floor was empty did not mean that there was nothing but stairs. Instead, other than the stairs, there were only two statues. They were two statues that were standing together, but they seemed to be fighting against each other. These two statues, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the two statues. When he took a closer look, he discovered something that surprised him. The two statues had a strong human body, but their heads were not human. Instead, they had the heads of a rat and a horse. After circling around the two statues, Duan Lingtian did not discover anything strange about them. He immediately ignored them and walked up the stairs that led to the next floor. Just as Duan Lingtian was walking up the stairs, a sudden change occurred. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking tremors, Duan Lingtian only felt that his body was shaking along with the tower. Then, he discovered that there were two rapid air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. One of the air-piercing sounds was unusually tricky. The other air-piercing sound was extremely fast. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his original spot and reappeared not far away. At the same time, when he turned around in time after dodging, he discovered that the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue had somehow come alive. Not only that, but they had also changed the situation where they were fighting against each other and joined forces to deal with him. After the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue's first attack failed, it was only natural that they launched a second attack. The rat-faced statue's attack leaned toward tricky. The horse-faced statue's attack leaned toward speed. It happened to be the characteristics of a rat and a horse. However, aren't they a little too weak? Under Duan Lingtian's strange pupil, the speed of the two statues that came alive was pathetically slow. Based on Duan Lingtian's estimation, their strength was at the early pristine saint stage at most. They were much weaker than the three wild beasts he encountered outside the tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, two golden sword rays appeared. They were like two dazzling scorching suns. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays pierced through the two statues' heads and pierced into their bodies before twisting wildly. After a while, they finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang, turning into two piles of gravel. Too weak. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he walked up the stairs to the next level. However, he was much more cautious this time since he had learned his lesson from the previous incident. However, he soon realized he was being too careful. Along the way, he did not encounter any obstacles until he reached the second level of the tower. The second level of the tower was as spacious as the first level. There was only a staircase that led to the third level and two statues. These two statues were confronting each other and fighting against each other. This was similar to the two statues on the first level. Ox-faced? Sheep-faced? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered the heads of these two statues were the heads of a cow and a sheep respectively. Ox-faced man, sheep-faced man. The statues on the first level are rat-faced man and horse-faced man. Moreover, before they were activated, they were confronting each other with equal harshness. Cow, sheep, rat, horse. Could it be, as he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the 6 harmonies? Duan Lingtian remembered that in his previous life on Earth, in his motherland, that ancient Eastern country, there was always the saying of metaphysics. The 6 harmonies was a type of metaphysics. It was said that the zodiac clashed with each other. There were a total of 12 zodiacs. When 2 of them clashed with each other, they formed the 6 harmonies. It should be. The first level is rat and cow. The second level is cow and sheep. The rat and cow clashed with each other, and the cow and sheep clashed with each other. If I'm not wrong, the third level should be tiger and monkey clashing with each other, the fourth level should be rabbit and chicken clashing with each other, the fifth level should be dragon and dog clashing with each other, and the sixth level should be snake and pig clashing with each other. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood many things. It seems like this tower also contains the mysteries of the 6 harmonies. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian walked up the staircase that led to the third level. During this process, he successfully activated the 2 statues on the second level, the goat-faced statue and the cow-faced statue. Compared to the 2 statues on the first level of the tower, the strength of these 2 statues was a level higher. Both of them were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, there was no difference between an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse and an early pristine saint stage powerhouse. He could easily kill them. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, he encountered the tiger-faced statue and the monkey-faced statue on the third level of the tower. Their strength was a level higher. Both of them were at the mastery pristine saint stage. On the fourth level of the tower, there were the rabbit-faced statue and the chicken-faced statue. Both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. On the fifth level of the tower, there were the dragon-faced statue and the dog-faced statue. Both of them were at the early refined saint stage. On the sixth level of the tower, there were the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue. Both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. When the 2 of them joined forces, even an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be able to gain an advantage over them. However, they were nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. This is already the last level of the tower. Where's the divine ability relic? When Duan Lingtian saw the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue had turned into 2 piles of rubble, his heart jolted as he began to scan the last level of the tower. Almost as soon as this thought left his mind, the void trembled as a gigantic statue walked out of the void. There were khaki halos flashing around its body. These halos gave off a feeling as though it was as heavy as a mountain. What's this? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. At this moment, the gigantic statue moved. Although it was cumbersome, it moved like a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. It lifted one of its gigantic feet and stomped on Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been stomped into a pile of meat paste. Faced with the gigantic statue's menacing kick, Duan Lingtian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and placed both of his hands on the gigantic foot. Following that, the sun true origin in his body surged out without any reservation and gathered on his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's hands seemed to be endowed with infinite strength. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's hands shook as he grabbed the gigantic statue's gigantic foot and spun it around like a windmill. In the end, as though he was bored with it, Duan Lingtian let go of it and allowed it to smash against the wall of the 6th level of the tower. Bang! Along with a loud noise, the wall of the 6th level of the tower remained unscathed. On the other hand, the gigantic statue was unscathed as well. What a powerful defense! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it was an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would have been crippled even if he did not die. However, this gigantic statue that had the strength of a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was unscathed. The gigantic statue got up and charged at Duan Lingtian again. "Big guy, take this." Duan Lingtian cried out softly. With a raise of his hand, the Sun True Origin shot out from his palm and transformed into a 3-foot-long green sword that shone with a dazzling golden light. Duan Lingtian's body was like a willow catkin as his sword moved along with him. In just a few moments, he had already arrived in front of the gigantic statue. His sword shot out at lightning speed and aimed at the gigantic statue's head. Ding! Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his sword would be able to pierce through the gigantic statue's head easily. However, he soon discovered he had overestimated himself. The khaki-colored halo around the statue seemed to be a layer of extremely sturdy defense that blocked his sword. What a guy! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. Then, he noticed something was amiss. The khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body doesn't seem to be as simple as its strength. It doesn't seem like a defensive martial tactic as well. Could it be? Could it be a divine ability? Chapter 1771. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'd like to help the Qitian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. If the khaki-colored halo on the surface of the gigantic statue was a defensive technique granted to it by the divine ability, then this divine ability must be very powerful. In fact, although Duan Lingtian had not exerted his full strength in that strike earlier, it was still comparable to the full force of an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, such a strike was actually blocked by the gigantic statue at the mastery refined saint stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although the gigantic statue had blocked his attack, the khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body had completely dimmed. Even its body seemed to have become much heavier at this moment, and its speed had also slowed down. It seems like the divine ability it cast is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy as well. It must have exhausted all of its energy to block my sword earlier. Right now, it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hand shook, and the golden light sword swept out again. This time, the gigantic statue's head was directly smashed into pieces. Boom! After its head was crushed, the gigantic statue fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it no longer made any sound. Huh! However, as soon as the gigantic statue fell, Duan Lingtian felt the air ripple again. A majestic and heavy aura filled the entire floor of the pagoda he was in. It gave him a feeling of vicissitudes and ancientness. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the void where the aura came from. A crack seemed to have appeared in the void, and a gigantic stone tablet appeared out of thin air in the crack. The stone tablet suddenly fell and landed on the ground, causing the entire tower to tremble a few times. The stone tablet stood there, emitting an ancient aura as though it was telling the surroundings that it had existed for a very long time. 6 Harmonies Golden Body. Is this a divine ability? When Duan Lingtian tried to probe the stone tablet with his divine consciousness, he discovered a piece of information was sent back by the stone tablet. Duan Lingtian instantly realized there was indeed a divine ability relic in this tower, and this stone tablet was one of the many divine ability relics in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As it turns out, everything I've experienced earlier was a test to obtain it. The defensive divine ability that the gigantic statue mastered is the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. However, although it's called Golden Body, the divine ability on the surface of the gigantic statue is khaki-colored. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the gigantic statue had cast the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. That was why his first sword attack to break its defense to the 6 Golden Body was unable to break. Duan Golden Body's divine abilities divine ability, 6 to the divine to the divine ability divine body. origin. Duan Duan to the divine 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 to the day to be to S divine 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 divine. When Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier, he also realized how extraordinary the divine ability, the sixth golden body, was. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to gain a deeper understanding of the sixth golden body, a commotion resonated in his ears, causing him to instantly regain his senses. At the same time, he withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the entrance of the staircase. After more than 10 breaths, 3 figures walked out one after another. What's going on? There seem to be 2 piles of gravel on every floor of this tower. Is this really the place where the divine ability relic is hidden? The 3 young men who had ascended to the last floor of the tower were discussing among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the gigantic stone tablet in the distance. What's that? Don't tell me that's the divine ability relic. Nobody knew who said this, but the 3 of their eyes lit up immediately. They wanted to walk up to the divine ability relic to observe it at a close distance. We meet again. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated from behind the 3 of them. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he knew the 3 of them. Or perhaps, he knew some of them. When 2 of the 3 of them heard the words that came from behind them, horror dawned on them immediately. Ling Tian. This voice was not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian. It was also the voice of the Ling Tian whom they had abandoned earlier. That was right. 2 of the 3 of them were the mystical palace's disciples, Pengtsen and Hu Rui, who had seized the opportunity to escape when Duan Lingtian was chasing after Zhao Ji. Not even in their wildest dreams did they expect to encounter Duan Lingtian here. Lingtian. At the same time, the last person among the 3 of them turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby in shock. It was apparent he did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian here. Both of you, however, he soon noticed that Pengtsen and Hu Rui's faces were pale as though they were afraid of something. His heart jolted as though he had figured out something. He immediately took a few steps back to put some distance between the 2 of them. Ling Tian, I'm actually not familiar with them. I'm a Yellow Palace's disciple, and I just happened to pass by. I was brought here by them, he hurriedly explained to Duan Lingtian after taking a few steps back. Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and nodded before he looked at Pengtsen and Hu Rui. Both of you are really brave. How dare you ignore what I said? Pengtsen and Hu Rui lowered their heads, speechless. Of course, they were extremely regretful now. If they had known Ling Tian could discover this place just by knowing the direction, they would not have left Ling Tian behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing that the 2 of them did not speak, Duan Lingtian did not bother to say anything more to them. With a raise of his hand, 2 swift sword rays flew past and killed the 2 of them. To be more precise, he killed the 2 of them's clones. The moment their clones were killed, their divine consciousness would return to their bodies and be kicked out of the St. Martial's secret zone. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and the Yellow Palace's disciple were left on the highest floor of the tower. Why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you want to leave with them. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Yellow Palace's disciple indifferently and asked. The Yellow Palace's disciple was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attack earlier. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would send Pengtsen and Hu Rui out as soon as he made his move. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately regained his senses and hurriedly walked down the stairs. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the divine ability relic, he did not dare to think about it at all. With Ling Tian around, even if it was a high-grade divine ability relic, he would not be able to obtain it. After the Yellow Palace's disciple left, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness merged with the gigantic stone tablet again and began to comprehend the divine ability recorded on it, the 6 Harmonies golden body. Of course, strictly speaking, he was not comprehending it. He was merely memorizing it. While Duan Ling Tian was memorizing the divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, the group of people outside the St. Martial Secret Zone noticed some movement at the entrance of the St. Martial Secret Zone. After a short while, they saw two people coming out. Pengsun. Hu Rui. You. Why did you come out as well? The palace master of Mystical Palace was stunned when he saw the two of them. The two people in front of him were his Mystical Palace's disciples. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. In terms of strength, they could be ranked among the top among the Mystical Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, they were eliminated in just slightly more than 3 days. They were only half a day later than Zhao Ji, who was the first to be eliminated. Lord Palace Master, we were eliminated by Ling Tian. Pengsun and Hu Rui smiled wryly. They glanced at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby at the same time. Luckily, I'm not the first one to be eliminated. When they saw there was a scapegoat who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, they did not feel too sad, even though they felt it was a pity to be kicked out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. It's Ling Tian again. Upon hearing Pengsun and Hu Rui's words, an uproar broke out immediately. What's that little fellow trying to do? Both of you have enmity with Ling Tian as well? The palace master of Mystical Palace asked in a deep voice as he looked at Pengsun and Hu Rui. Lord Palace Master, before we entered the St. Martial Secret Zone, we didn't interact with Ling Tian at all. Pengsun said with a bitter expression on his face. Then both of you, the palace master of Mystical Palace, could not help but frown. He was quite good at judging people. Although he had only met Ling Tian before and had never interacted with him, he could tell he was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. When Pengsun saw everyone looking at him in confusion, he quickly recounted what happened between the two of them and Ling Tian, including how they snuck away when Ling Tian went to chase after Zhao Ji. Both of you are too much. How could you just leave him behind like that? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let both of you go either. The palace master of Mystical Palace shook his head. He did not blame Ling Tian. If he was in Ling Tian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This was the law of survival of nature. Pengsun continued to recount how they met Ling Tian again and how they saw the huge stone tablet that seemed to be a divine ability relic. What? Upon hearing Pengsun's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face. You're saying that Ling Tian has already obtained the divine ability relic? Zhao Ji, who was standing next to Zhao Deng, had a grave expression on his face as well. He had just entered the St. Martial Secret Zone for 3 days, and he was kicked out by Ling Tian. On the other hand, Ling Tian had already obtained the divine ability relic in such a short time. He was filled with hatred. He wished he could cut Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces. That should be the case. Pengsun nodded. Upon receiving Pengsun's confirmation, the crowd burst into an uproar again. It has only been slightly more than 3 days, and Ling Tian has already obtained the divine ability relic? I wonder what kind of divine ability relic it is. Hey! Both of you, tell me about the characteristics of the place where the divine ability relic appeared. Soon after, the palace master of Earth Palace looked at Pengsun and Zhao Ji and asked. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, those who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone and obtained the divine ability relic would usually follow the mystical Sky Mansion's rules and reveal the process of obtaining the divine ability relic. After so many years, the mystical Sky Mansion had recorded the process of obtaining the divine ability relic. If someone else went through a similar process, they would be able to deduce the divine ability relic that person had obtained. Chapter 1772. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Qitian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins if you vote. One can only enter a 6-story tower after killing 3 wild beasts that know how to attack together. There are 2 piles of gravel on each floor of the tower. On the 6th floor, apart from the 2 piles of gravel, there's also a gigantic statue. There's also a stone tablet that seems to be a divine ability relic. The mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene learned about the 6-story tower from Peng Xian. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 6 Harmonies Tower. The divine ability Duan Lingtian obtained must be the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. In the end, Mansion Master Meng Qing was the first to regain his senses. He said slowly, although the 6 Harmonies Golden Body isn't a high-grade divine ability, it's not weak either. Among the divine abilities in the St. Martial's secret zone, it can be considered as a medium-grade divine ability. It's a medium-grade divine ability. The others burst into an uproar immediately. Initially, they thought Ling Tian had only been in the St. Martial's secret zone for 3 days, and it was already considered good if he could come across a low-grade divine ability relic and obtain a low-grade divine ability. However, they did not expect Ling Tian to come across a medium-grade divine ability relic and obtain a medium-grade divine ability. I've heard of the 6 Harmonies Golden Body as well. It seems to be a defensive divine ability. Qian Ping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, chimed in. Mid-grade divine ability. Damn it. When Zhao Dang and his son heard Duan Lingtian had obtained a medium-grade divine ability, their expressions turned even graver. Their hatred for Duan Lingtian increased as well. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, nodded his head in satisfaction. He was not stingy with his words of praise. He managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability after only being in the St. Martial's secret zone for 3 days. Ku Mi stood at the side, feeling slightly surprised as well. Even in the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who managed to obtain such results after entering the St. Martial's secret zone. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the news of him obtaining the divine ability relic and obtaining the divine ability was most likely spread by Peng Xin and the other 2. However, he did not expect Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would be able to guess the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic was the 6 Harmonies Golden Body based on Peng Xin's words. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body is indeed something that can only be understood but not explained. No wonder people say one can only comprehend and master it after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage. However, according to Huolao, I don't have to break through to the Divine Saint stage. I only need to break through to the Great Saint stage to comprehend the divine ability. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his own situation. A day and a night had passed, and Duan Lingtian had successfully memorized the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, including some things that could only be understood but could not be explained with words. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness, he discovered the gigantic stone tablet in front of him had disappeared. Along with the stone tablet, the 6 Harmonies Pagoda that he was originally in, as well as the array formation space that the 6 Harmonies Pagoda was in, disappeared as well. At this moment, he had returned to the stone forest. Now that he was in the stone forest, he could no longer sense the aura of the formation. It was obvious the illusory formation had disappeared after he memorized the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. It could be said that it had completed its mission. I wonder what level the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, that I obtained this time is at. If only Huolao was here. He would definitely know what level the 6 Harmonies Golden Body is at. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left the stone forest. The most important thing now is to meet up with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. I wonder where they are now and if they've met. The St. Martial's secret zone is so big. It won't be easy to meet them. In the next 20 days, although Duan Lingtian met many people, he did not meet Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Naturally, it was not as if he did not gain anything during these 20 days. He came across another divine ability relic and memorized another divine ability. The divine ability was called the Raging Flame Clone. It sounded good, but based on Duan Lingtian's deduction, it was not as advanced as the 6 harmonies golden body he had obtained previously. Not only was the process of obtaining it simple, but the content was also very simple. If he used it, Duan Lingtian was not sure if it would be of any help. There are still 2 months left. I hope I can meet them soon. Duan Lingtian wandered aimlessly in the St. Martial secret zone as he searched for traces of divine ability relic. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many people in the past 20 days or so, he did not make a move on them at all. This was because he did not have any conflict with them. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to recklessly eliminate people based on the idea that one less person meant one less competitor. Duan Lingtian had just passed by a few steep barren mountains when he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. The sound of fighting did not last for long before it came to a stop. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian moved closer. With just a glance, he saw 3 people surrounding one person in the distance. Duan Lingtian had some impression of the person who was surrounded. He was also a new disciple who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. However, they did not have any interactions with each other. The other 3 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. When Duan Lingtian saw the new disciple was forced into a corner by the 3 people, he raised an eyebrow and decided to intervene. It was because the person who was surrounded was a Heaven Palace's disciple. We're from the Zhao clan. As long as you tell us where the divine ability relic is hidden, we'll owe you a favor. After we leave, we'll tell Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng about this and let you join our Zhao clan as well. As long as you join our Zhao clan, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the mystical Sky Mansion. One of the 3 people who surrounded the Heaven Palace's disciple said to him. Boy, with your strength, it's useless even if you know where the place is. You won't be able to pass the test and see the divine ability relic. Why don't you tell us? We owe you a favor, the other person chimed in. Humph. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't want to be eliminated like your companion, you better tell us the truth. Unlike the first 2 people who tried to be soft, the last person took a hard approach. Be eliminated like my companion? The Heaven Palace's disciple did not show any signs of panic when he was surrounded by the 3 people from the Zhao clan. Instead, he sneered, go ahead and eliminate me. I'd like to see how you're going to find the place after you eliminate me. The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not expect this Heaven Palace's disciple to be so stubborn. Their expressions turned grave immediately. How about this? As long as you tell us the location of the place, we'll let you join our small team. After we find the divine ability relic, we'll let you have the 4th divine ability relic. Soon after, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who spoke earlier spoke up. Based on his words, it was obvious he had chosen to give in. Who knows if you'll go back on your words later? Upon hearing his words, the sneer on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face grew even wider. You. What do you want? The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were slightly angered. They really did not know what to do when faced with this stubborn Heaven Palace's disciple. Initially, they thought killing his companion would serve as a warning to others. However, it seemed like it was not effective at all. Sure, I can join your small team. However, I want the 2nd divine ability relic we encounter. Moreover, all of you have to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not go back on your words. The Heaven Palace's disciple muttered to himself for a moment before he said in a difficult manner. No. Upon hearing his words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan rejected him in unison. We can't give you the 2nd divine ability relic. At most, we'll give you the 3rd divine ability relic. As for the lightning penalty oath, we can swear on it. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan said, this is our bottom line. If you're really unwilling to share it with us, we can only eliminate you even if we can't obtain the divine ability relic. The frown on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face eased up slightly. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to agree, a voice suddenly resonated and interrupted him. Zhao Clan. Upon hearing the voice, the Heaven Palace's disciple turned to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a handsome and tall young man flying over from afar. His movements faintly emitted a powerful aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Senior brother Ling Tian. The Heaven Palace's disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the person's face clearly. Ling Tian. Upon hearing the voice behind them, the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had yet to turn around were horrified when they heard the Heaven Palace's disciples' words. Ling Tian. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Not only that, but after this person had publicly slapped Zhao Ji twice, he had become the sworn enemy of the Zhao clan. The three of them turned around and looked at Ling Tian who was flying over from afar. Their expressions were extremely grave, and a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Do you know where Zhao Ji is? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt in front of the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He glanced at them indifferently and asked. We don't know. Senior brother Ling Tian, we don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is. Senior brother Ling Tian, we're not lying to you. We really don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is. If we know, we'll definitely go with him. After all, there's strength in numbers in the St. Martial secret zone. The three of them thought Duan Ling Tian was looking for Zhao Ji, so they immediately explained in a panic. Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He knew they had misunderstood his question. I didn't ask you where Zhao Ji is. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. I just want to tell you that Zhao Ji is already waiting for all of you outside. Chapter 1773. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Qitian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally regained their senses even if they were slow. Horror dawned on their faces immediately. Ling Tian, why you killed senior brother Zhao Ji's clone? When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Although they knew there was a conflict between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, it did not cross their minds that Ling Tian would dare to kill Zhao Ji in the St. Martial secret zone. In fact, Zhao Ji was the strongest mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had entered the St. Martial secret zone this time. Zhao Ji was also the person who had the highest chance of obtaining a medium-grade divine ability relic and breaking through to the divine saint stage to comprehend and master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic. If they killed and eliminated Zhao Ji, it would mean the Zhao clan would lose a divine saint stage powerhouse who had comprehended the divine ability in the St. Martial secret zone. This would be a great loss to the Zhao clan. I remember I met him on the 3rd day I came here. Since we're so fated, wouldn't it be rude of me to not send him out? Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something unimportant. When the Heaven Palace's disciple who was surrounded heard Duan Ling Tian saying he had sent Zhao Ji out, a horrified expression appeared on his face. Although he knew there was a conflict between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, he did not expect Ling Tian to be so valiant and directly kill Zhao Ji's clone. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was even more dumbfounded. Zhao Ji was eliminated on the 3rd day he entered the St. Martial secret zone. Isn't Zhao Ji too unlucky? Although the Heaven Palace's disciple was speechless, he pitied Zhao Ji as well. 3 days. Although the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan already knew Duan Ling Tian had eliminated Zhao Ji, they were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Originally, they thought Zhao Ji was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian only a few days. However, they did not expect Zhao Ji would be eliminated by Duan Ling Tian after 3 days. How unlucky he was. When they thought of the word unlucky, the three of them looked at each other and saw the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Speaking of unlucky, they seemed to be very unlucky as well, right? Together, the three of them were about to be wiped out by Ling Tian. Run. Although the chance of survival, to Zhao Ji's. I agree. Run. Run to run to run to run the three to run to run to run to Zhao to escape to run run's voice to run to escapes SS at this moment, they had completely forgotten about the Heaven Palace's disciples they had surrounded. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to survive Ling Tian's attack. Among the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, the weakest one was at the peak of the pristine saint stage while the strongest two were at the early refined saint stage. After they came to an agreement, one of them sent a voice transmission to remind them. The three of them made their moves almost at the same time, preparing to flee in three different directions. Only then would they have a chance to escape. Even if only one of them managed to escape, they would still feel better. After all, it was much better than being completely annihilated. As for pleading with Duan Lingtian, they did not even think about it. Even Zhao Ji from their Zhao clan was killed and sent out by Ling Tian. Even if the three of them groveled and begged for mercy, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Since that was the case, why would they not risk it? Even Zhao Ji didn't manage to escape from me. Do all of you think you're stronger than him? Duan Lingtian, who had long been on guard, had long covered the surface of his body with his Sun True Origin. When he saw the three of them were about to flee in different directions, he instantly mobilized the Sun True Origin that covered the surface of his body and transformed it into 6 dazzling sword rays that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, the three of them did not manage to escape far before 6 sword rays that were like 6 blazing suns pierced through the sky and landed on their bodies. The space between their brows and their hearts were pierced. The three figures were directly vaporized and disappeared. Gasp! Although the Heaven Palace's disciples who were standing nearby had already expected this outcome, they could not help but gasp. Among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, this person was the only one who could kill 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators and a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage with just a raise of his hand. After killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian's expression finally eased up a little. The enmity between him and the Zhao clan had already been formed when he slapped Zhao Ji twice in public. Moreover, there was no way he could turn the situation around. How could there be a turning back? Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion while his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. His 2 closest relatives were the 2 leaders with the highest positions in the Zhao clan. Offending Zhao Ji was equivalent to offending the entire Zhao clan. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he killed Zhao Ji or the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He did not even bat an eyelid. Since he had already offended them, he did not mind offending them further. After nodding at the Heaven Palace's disciple as a greeting, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the Heaven Palace's disciple was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would leave without saying anything after killing the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Could it be that he did not hear the conversation between him and the 3 people from the Zhao clan? Did he not know he had clues about the divine ability relic in his hands? However, when he thought about it, he felt it was impossible. When he saw Duan Lingtian calmly approaching earlier, it was obvious he had been hiding at the side since the beginning. He must have heard their conversation. As for why he left now, it was naturally because he had no intention of forcing him to reveal the clues about the divine ability relic. The Heaven Palace's disciple had guessed correctly. Although Duan Lingtian did not mind snatching the clues about the divine ability relic from the other palace's disciples, he could not bring himself to snatch the clues about the divine ability relic from a Heaven Palace's disciple. No matter what, he was still a Heaven Palace's disciple, and he had even received the favor of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He had a sense of belonging to the Heaven Palace. Senior brother Lingtian. When the Heaven Palace's disciple saw Duan Lingtian was walking further and further away, he immediately chased after him. Is there anything else? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and turned around to look at the Heaven Palace's disciple with a puzzled expression on his face. Senior brother Lingtian, I want to work with you. The Heaven Palace's disciple took a deep breath and calmed down slightly before he said. Work with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I heard earlier that you have clues about the divine ability relic. However, there's only one clue about the divine ability relic. Even if we pass the test, who will be given the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability is still a problem. It's fine if I'm not working with anyone else. We can continue to look for the second divine ability relic and give the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability to someone else. However, the problem is I'm working with other people as well. I'm worried that I'll encounter my other two partners before I can find the second divine ability relic while I'm working with you. Duan Lingtian said, I've already promised one of them that I'll give the first divine ability relic we encounter to him after we meet up. Senior brother Lingtian, the fact that you can say that shows you're a magnanimous person. I, Xiao Dun, admire you very much. The Heaven Palace's disciple said with admiration on his face. Then, Xiao Dun changed the topic and continued to say, however, I don't only have one clue about the divine ability relic. I have two clues about the divine ability relic. As long as senior brother Lingtian works with me, we'll each obtain one divine ability relic. What do you think? After Xiao Dun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Two divine ability relic. Upon hearing Xiao Dun's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. He did not expect Xiao Dun, who was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage, would be able to obtain two clues about the divine ability relic after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Yes. Xiao Dun nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he let out a long sigh. Actually, the two divine ability relic were found by my friend. He cultivated a secret tactic that's related to his eyes. Due to this reason, his eyesight is far superior to ordinary people. It's precisely because of this that he was able to find the clues about the two divine ability relic in just a month's time. Unfortunately, when he was about to look for another divine ability relic and look for a refined saint stage powerhouse to work with us to explore the divine ability relic, he coincidentally encountered those three people. Due to this reason, he was eliminated. When Xiao Dun reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Indeed, it's a pity. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked. Even he had only obtained two divine abilities after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Although Xiao Dun's friend did not obtain any divine ability, he managed to obtain two clues about the divine ability relic. His luck was not any worse than his. I just don't know what level the divine abilities in those two divine ability relics are at. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he had not agreed to Xiao Dun's request to work with him. Senior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiao Dun spoke again. I can work with you. However, how are we going to split the two divine ability relic? Let me tell senior brother Lingtian about the situation of the two divine ability relic that I know so far. Xiao Dun didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. The two divine ability relic were similar to the divine ability relic that Duan Lingtian had encountered earlier. Both of them were entered through an illusory formation. Not only that, but after entering, they would also encounter the first test. The first test of the divine ability relic that Duan Lingtian had encountered for the first time was more difficult. Due to this reason, the divine ability he obtained was also more advanced. According to Xiao Dun, the first test of the 2 divine ability relic that he encountered was comparable to the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, in terms of difficulty. It was apparent that the divine abilities recorded in the 2 divine ability relic were not inferior to the 6 harmonies golden body. Your friend is quite lucky. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Chapter 1774. Another 3 people appeared at the entrance of the St. Martial secret zone. Please search for the most complete. Damn! The moment the 3 of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. The mystical Sky Mansion's people who were originally sitting quietly opened their eyes one after another and shifted their attention to the 3 of them. Why are all of you here? Zhao Dang's expression changed when he saw the 3 people who had appeared. These 3 people were from his Zhao clan. In fact, there were only a total of 5 people from his Zhao clan, including his son, Zhao Ji, who had entered the St. Martial secret zone. However, 4 of them had been eliminated in less than a month. The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan had a bitter expression on their faces when they saw Zhao Dang's expression. However, they cursed inwardly, if your son did not offend him, we wouldn't have been kicked out by him. It was no wonder they had such thoughts. Although they were mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, they did not have much interaction with Duan Lingtian in the past, let alone offending him. Duan Lingtian had killed their clones and kicked them out of the St. Martial secret zone because of their identities. Apart from being mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, they were also from the Zhao clan. Our clones were killed by Ling Tian. Faced with Zhao Dang's grave expression, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally mustered up his courage and said, "He's too strong. We didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of him." Ling Tian. Ling Tian again. Upon hearing the words of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Zhao Dang with a hint of pity in their eyes. It's him again. Zhao Ji lost his composure as he growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent and killing intent. Lord Palace Master, I was killed by them and was kicked out. At the same time, a young man standing next to the Palace Master of Earth Palace said in a low voice. When he spoke, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen on his face. This young man was none other than the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who was with Xiao Dun earlier. He was also the one who discovered the location of the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun knew about. He had discovered 2 divine ability relics, but before he could explore them, he was eliminated. One could imagine the grievance in his heart. Currently, when he saw the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had eliminated him were eliminated as well, he was overjoyed. The gloominess in his heart was completely gone. The Earth Palace Master nodded. It's a pity that the 2 divine ability relics you found were taken advantage of by that brat from the Heaven Palace. Not long after you came out, the 3 of them came out as well. I think that Ling Tian must have saved that brat from the Heaven Palace. I think so. The young man nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was some envy in his eyes, but there was no jealousy. This was because he was very good friends with Xiao Dun, the Heaven Palace's disciple. They had known each other before they even entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Therefore, when he found out Xiao Dun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! That divine ability relic will definitely belong to that Ling Tian again. Zhao Dang felt like he could not vent his anger at all. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian was in front of him, he would not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian. Sigh. It seems like some people are destined to have no fate with the 2 divine ability relics I discovered. When Zhao Dang and his son were about to explode from anger, the young man next to the Earth Palace Master looked at the 3 Zhao clan's disciples who had just come out and pretended to sigh. What did you say? 2 divine ability relics. All of you discovered 2 divine ability relics. The 3 Zhao clan's disciples instantly widened their eyes as they looked at the young man in disbelief. He was the Earth Palace's disciple whose clone was killed by the 3 of them not long ago and was eliminated by them. Since I've already come out, what's the point of lying to all of you? I think senior brother Ling Tian and Xiao Dun should be on their way to the 2 divine ability relics now, the Earth Palace master said indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The 3 Zhao clan's disciples were dumbfounded. How did the 2 divine ability relics slip away under their noses just like that? 2 divine ability relics. At once, many people shifted their attention to Zhao Deng again. Zhao Deng was so angry that his body began to tremble slightly when he heard the Earth Palace's disciples' words. How's this possible? What's so good about that Ling Tian? Why is he so lucky? Zhao Ji's eyes were red, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Ling Tian's really lucky. Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, could not help but sigh. Indeed. Many people agreed. Ha! Junior brother Ling Tian is really unexpected. Gu Li laughed as well. That Ling Tian's really lucky. I wonder if he's the young mansion master or not. Ku Mi stood at the side. Although it seemed like he did not make any movements, his heart was not calm at all. At the same time, in the St. Martial secret zone, Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Dun and said, according to your words, the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics is about the same. I'm sure the divine abilities recorded in them are about the same as well. Since you're the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics, you can choose one of them first. Since they were about the same, Duan Lingtian did not make a fuss about it. Can I choose the one in the palace? Xiao Dun asked cautiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of anxiety could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Dun intently. As Xiao Dun waited anxiously, Duan Lingtian finally nodded his head. Sure. Although the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun mentioned was about the same, they were located at 2 extremes. One of the divine ability relics was located in a dazzling palace. At that time, Xiao Dun and his companion were blocked outside the palace by the first trial. The other divine ability relic was located in a gloomy and dark swamp. It was the complete opposite of the former. Although the first trial of the 2 places was about the same in terms of difficulty, as long as one was a normal person, they would prioritize the former. This was because the former was a palace that looked grander. The divine abilities recorded in the divine ability relic would definitely not be simple. If Duan Lingtian were to choose first, Duan Lingtian would also instinctively choose the former. However, since Xiao Dun had made his choice, he did not say anything else. After all, Xiao Dun was the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics. If it were not for Xiao Dun, he would have to search for a while more before he could find the next divine ability relic. In that case, let's go to the divine ability relic that you chose first. After you've comprehended the divine ability recorded in it, you can bring me to the next divine ability relic. I'll explore the next divine ability relic alone. At that time, you can look for other divine ability relics. That way, it won't waste your time. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Dun. Senior brother Lingtian, you trust me so much? Xiao Dun was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian would first go to the swamp to comprehend the divine ability relic that belonged to him. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help him obtain the divine ability relic first. We're both Heavenly Palace's disciples. There's nothing to believe or not to believe. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in Xiao Dun's ears, it made him feel ashamed. This was because he was still a little scheming earlier and chose the divine ability relic hidden in the palace first. Senior brother Lingtian, why don't we switch places? Even if the divine ability relic hidden in the palace is about the same level as the divine ability relic hidden in the swamp, I think it should be better. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Dun made his decision. The fact that you can say these words is enough to show that you're very sincere. However, since we've already decided, there's no need to switch places. The divine ability relic in the palace is still yours. Duan Lingtian said. Lead the way. After letting Xiao Dun lead the way, Duan Lingtian followed behind him and went straight to the first divine ability relic. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian followed Xiao Dun into a prairie and stopped above a huge lake. The entrance is in the lake. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Xiao Dun nodded and took the lead to enter the lake like an agile fish. Duan Lingtian followed him in. At their level of cultivation, entering the lake was as easy as walking on flat ground. They could completely block the lake water by covering their bodies with true origin. When they were close to the bottom of the lake, Duan Lingtian noticed the fluctuation of a formation. As they went deeper, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Dun had disappeared from his sight. As he continued to go deeper, his vision turned black as well. When the light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and discovered he had arrived at another place. This place was extremely solemn. A palace that looked like a gigantic beast was crouching in front of him. Everything here was exactly as Xiao Dun had described it earlier. Senior brother Ling Tian, the ones guarding the entrance of this palace are 5 flying fierce beasts. Their strength is at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At this moment, Xiao Dun's reminder resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. 5 flying fierce beasts. They're all different fierce beasts, and their techniques are all different as well. When we first came in, we tried to break through, but we almost died here. Based on our estimation, we'll need at least 3 powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage to kill them and enter the palace. However, if it's a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above, he'll be able to kill them all on his own, Xiao Dun continued to say. When he reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above. Moreover, he was not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the entrance of the palace in front of him. At this moment, the entrance of the palace was tightly shut. When Duan Lingtian was halfway through his journey, a few sharp cries suddenly sounded from afar. In the next instant, 5 gigantic figures appeared above the palace out of thin air. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.